So this is the training documentation we're following. It's been updated and released in the last couple of days. The last updates were just made this morning. And we're following not all the chapters, because that will take over a week, but a couple of these chapters, and you can follow along. The whole story is like so, at least for this training, that we can. It's a continuing story there, so that's fine. You can let me say, you should not. If you want, you can follow the programming parts. I will do them. Actually, I will do them. I will not type. I will copy and paste them in the appropriate places. I will show you where to do that. But I will not wait until the last one of you catches up with copying and pasting the stuff at the right place. There is at each chapter where we actually do some code, there's a git checkout of a tag that you can use. I will do that, so I will show you how to do that. So I don't know, if you got called to get to go for lunch or something like that, you can easily catch up when you come back. Speaking about lunch, we're going to have approximately 2 breaks. I'm going to announce them in advance. So if you feel the urge for coffee, wait, so you can get your coffee when everyone does. Mine is almost empty, but I should be good for an hour now, I'd say. So I'm going to do a break after 1 hour or something like that. If you think we're going too fast or too slow, please try to contact me, tell me that via chat, and if I'm not seeing that, just wave your hands and stuff like that. Okay, what else is important? I think that's it. I'm super excited that so many have showed up for this training. This is a major new release of the Mastering Plone training. If we started out with Mastering Plone 4 at the conference in Arnhem, that was like, I don't know, prehistoric times, with the first training that Patrick and me gave when we started writing this training, and has evolved a lot. And this is a major rewrite, because we're now doing, we switched everything to Volto. So there are chapters in the training. Every time you touch the front end, or you want to change something that you can actually see as a user of the website, we're going to do that in Volto. The old training is still there, so if you go here, you can see there's Mastering Plone 5. It's still there. This is the Plone Classic training, and this is the Plone 6 training. So we're going to do it's asking a lot, because we're doing a lot of task switching, because we're switching not only from the browser to the editor and to the terminal, but we're also switching different editors. We're switching programming languages, and we're switching context. And one of the main points of this training is to get your head in the right direction, so that you understand when you want to solve a certain task in Plone, how to approach that, and actually where to approach that, because there's often many different solutions to a task. We're going to have a question and answer session after tomorrow, after the second day, and I'm open if you have questions. We can even discuss these after the end of this training today. I have time, so I can stay around in Zoom or in Slack. And we can talk during the week anyway. So, okay, let's, without further ado, get started. Let's skip all this. So we're going to do a Plone, well, this is the Plone conference. So we're going to do the website for a Plone conference, but not this one, but the one 15 years from now, or 30 years from now, because by then the Plone conference is going to be held on Mars. So it's rotating all the planets, but 2050, or I think I changed the date at some point, it says 2035. It's going to be on Mars, so be prepared. So it's basically still a website. It's well, Plone is by that time The UN and everything is run by Plone. I don't know if you've been to, there was a ZOP conference many years ago where Martijn Fassen made a joke of Jim Fulton going back into the past and telling his former self, no, telling Martin in the past, no, Martin Fassen going back into the past and telling Jim Fulton about how to never invent acquisition. And so the answer is acquisition. What's that? That's an intriguing idea. So it's actually not Jim Fulton's fault. Okay, time travel ends here. We're doing a Plone conference in the future, but it's going to happen every year. So it's going to be a project that will be reused every year for a different for the conference, and maybe even another conference. It doesn't have to be a Plone conference. It can be any kind of conference. So there is a couple of requirements that we want to solve during this this training. The first most important thing is there should be a website. Yeah, basically. You should find talks there, and you should be able to create talks, submit talks, and you should be able to, there's a lot of workflow stuff going in there. You should be able to see a listing of talks, see the talks nicely. Then you should be able to vote on talks as a reviewer and stuff like that. We're not going into most of that because that's in later chapters, but we'll touch some of these. And while we're doing that, we'll realize that the conference that we're creating and the code that we're writing for that, the requirements change. So you know that from your daily business, the client calls, hey, we need another button we also need to print invitations automatically, or we also need sign up and payment and stuff like that. So requirements always change, and this training tries to adapt to that. That's a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna go into any of that, and let's jump just ahead. So I want to raise. I'm not sure if you can raise your hand in Zoom, but I'd like to know if there's some people whose first contact with Plone this is. So if you say this is your first contact with Plone, just signal a thumbs up like Armin did. It's totally the wrong thumb for you, because your thumb should be down. Okay, there I see a hand at least, and okay, there's a couple of people at least who are absolutely new to Plone. So okay, let's start with a couple of basics. You obviously know Plone is open source. It's a content management system. It's written in Python. I guess these are the basics. It runs on Python 3. We're using Plone 5.2 for this training, even though it's called Mastering Plone 6. So we're using the technology of Plone 6, but actually the version we're still using is Plone 5.2. That should not concern you. We'll get into a couple of annoying details there later. Plone has, which is very important, has a RESTful API that is supposedly really, really good. It actually is. It's not a lie. It has a fancy new React frontend called Volto that we're going to use, that we're going to customize. It is based on something very archaic, but still amazing. It's called Zope. It's one of the oldest web frameworks around. It is just being released and in version 5 that only supports Python 3, and it's been has a long history. It's about 20 years old now, and it's just amazing. It's a very solid and stable and very powerful framework that powers most of the technology that is used by Plone. So it doesn't use the MySQL or something like that. It uses a ZODB. It's a Zope it's an object database. So you're storing Python objects in that database. We'll get into a couple of details there, and you can run it on basically anything. I haven't seen it on a Apple phone, Apple Watch yet, but probably we'll get there at some point. You shouldn't, and you don't have to. The best is, as always, to run something on Linux and develop on either macOS or Linux. If you use Windows, that's fine. It works. You can deploy it on Windows. You can develop on Windows. Actually, one of the inventors of Plone has a Windows laptop. still does, I think. Hopefully not the one I saw him 20 years ago with. So, okay, here are a couple of core concepts that you need to keep in mind when you work with Plone from a programmatic point of view. Plone doesn't use routing. If you have ever done Python programming for Django, Flask, you name it, or other frameworks, you should have come across a concept called routing, where you decide, okay, the route /users/ID, and there's an ID that displays the user ID. Plone does not use that. Plone uses traversal. It's a concept that comes from this fact that the ZODB, the Zob Object Database, is built. The data in there is built like a tree. So there's a trunk, it's the root object, and from there a tree evolves. And you can if you understand this tree better, you can see that is like a list of a huge nested dictionary. So a dictionary of dictionaries of dictionaries of dictionaries. So this is basically a tree, and this is how you approach that. And here, so this is my site root, here's my folder, that's the ID, and there's a page, and there's the page object. And the page object, again, is a dictionary-like object. So you can access all the database, all the data in Plone with dictionary access like this, so root, site, folder, page. And if you do that, you can say portal keys. So keys is the default method in Python to get the IDs of objects in your dictionary, of items in your dictionary. It lists these keys, and you can also say portal items or values. Like you can deal with dictionaries, and you can say portal folder, and then you can actually get the folder object that doesn't look like a dictionary but can behave like a dictionary, because if you say portal folder 1 keys, you get the content of that folder again. Second very important concept, it is really old but it's amazing, is that the objects in the database are self-publishing. They publish themselves. How do they do that? You call them. In Python, you can call a method, my method, brackets. You can do the same with classes to instantiate a class. And then if you call the instantiated class, if you're a Python developer, you can call that. And that by default in Python, that calls a dunder call method. And there's like 20 hoops it jumps through. But at the end, if you call that object, you'll get a representation of that object. And that representation is actually an HTML site that you're seeing when you look at a Plone site. So if you use demo Plone.org, that like I do daily to test something, there is, let's go to a page. There's an object called a page. And when I render that URL, when I enter that URL, Plone actually finds that object using traversal, and then calls that object, and the result is the HTML that you're seeing in the browser. So that's all the magic, and it's a really powerful feature. And a third very important feature of Plone is the content is made out of schemas. So you define a schema is like a model. If you, I think if you do database modeling, you say, I want this field and that field, and this table should look like that. And these are the columns for whatever. In Python, in Plone, you write a schema, and the content type is a combination of a multitude of schemas. So you have an object, and it has a schema. You can iterate over the schema and see what it is and what the fields in there are. And the data in the fields that come from the schema are stored as attributes. So now it makes sense, because you have an object, and the attribute title is actually the value that is stored in the field title from the schema of the object. and it's returned as a Unicode string here. This is Python 2 representation. You should ignore the Unicode statement here, but it's basically this. It's the same. So objects have these attributes, simple attributes, and you can also set these attributes. You can say object description is some description, and then you change it. Object description equals a new description, and then object description is that. So, and when since Plone, if you do a transaction afterwards, which happens automatically when you, for example, click somewhere, then this is persisted in the database. So this is not a volatile attribute that goes away. Like if you uninstantiate your class, it is stored in the database. And there are a couple more complex attributes like this. Let's ignore the component architecture. Okay, so now, now we'll skip that because we're coming to that later. We did the installation, so I'm gonna skip that. And I hope all of you have followed this chapter to install Plone for the training, meaning that you have a setup like this, folder called training or whatever you want to call that. I have that here. Hang on. Why can't I move that window down here? So mine is actually called training Plone 6. And in here, I have two folders, one called backend, one called frontend. And this contains Plone, and the other contains Volto. I'll get into detail. So it is since we're a lot of people, it is not possible to solve all your installation issues if you have some. But I'd like to have an idea how many people don't have these, don't have a running installation. If you could just either raise your hand or post in the Slack that you don't have a running installation at the moment, so it'll give me an idea. Okay, I see at least one raised hand. Just post in the Slack and I'll get an idea after. I'm not sure if I can do votes or something like that. Probably. It has all these features, Zoom, that I never use.
Philip, are you sharing any screens? I don't see any shared screen. You're talking about something you see, but I don't see anything.
Oh, crap. You don't see anything?
Oh, I just want to ask if I'm stupid or so.
Thank you for mentioning that. Is that because
we are all Zoom haters.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So what's the situation now? Can you see my screen now?
I can see your screen.
Okay.
Sharing your browser screen.
Did you see the screen all the time or just now?
Yes.
All the
yes,
time.
I did, but I guess Armin does not.
I see the screen.
Okay, so
Okay,
maybe the
everybody
fault
sees
is on my
screen?
side. Okay, so
Except for Armin. That is so Armin. Don't hate me for that. Okay, good. You see my screen. Excellent. So this is where is my editor? Here's my editor. So this is the thing. Okay, David is running through. It's no problem. We're gonna the first couple of things you can skip, and if you have a running installation later, that is fine. Oh, I forgot one thing. A very important thing. So this training that you that you're participating in today and tomorrow is only a sneak preview. Why is that? Because we only have 2 times 4 hours. This training is over 1 week of full-time in-house, on-premise, online, whatever training. So what you should do is you should talk to your employer if you have one. Otherwise, you talk to yourself or to your wife and say, I really need, I got this for free, like because you paid for the conference, but the trainings are free. You got this training for free. It's a sneak preview, but to actually learn something, I have to work through the training, and it will take me at least a full week, full time, full stop. If you only get half days at a time left, it will take you 2 weeks. And then you can follow the whole training, do all the exercises, solve all the issues that are there, and then you can say, I really did the Mastering Plone training and actually did learn something, or I've even found a bug and Philip had to fix that, or Katja. So this is not the full training. We've always been doing these trainings for the conference for 2 days, which is a very abbreviated version, but 2 times 4 hours, and that online via Zoom, that is, it can't be the full training. So please talk to your employer and have them give you the time, and please do take the time. And please, if you get stuck, if you run into any issues, please contact us. There's a tracker. We're available via mail, in various chats, and so there's no problem contacting us if you get stuck. So that was super important. Okay, let's assume you all have the same as I do, which is a running Plone instance, a running site here on port 8080, and on port, on a different port, hang on, localhost 3000, a running Volto, which says this page does not seem to exist. Then you're good. Okay, let's move along. I'll move this out of the way. I got a couple of windows here that I'm going to move in and out all the time. So zip. There is also a Vagrant setup here, but that's not finished yet. I'll have to put in more time to actually install Volto in Vagrant. So Vagrant is great if you have to use Windows, for example, or if you don't have admin rights on your laptop, then you can use Vagrant. That's excellent. But it's not supported for this version yet. So first of all, since you're new to Plone, or a couple of you are new to Plone, I'm going to stop my Plone instance and I'm going to start it again with this magic command bin instance fg. So you see I'm in the backend folder. We're going to move from the backend to the frontend folder quite a lot. So I have multiple terminals available here. So I can, there's actually one more. So I can switch these folders easily. I probably should have given them different colors, but I couldn't think of that before. So let's go to the backend folder, because that is what Plone is. It's the backend system, and I'm going to run that. And there is a couple of ways to start it. The FG is for foreground. That's the development mode, which will result. Oops. Which will result in output. So if there's an error, you'll see the error there. You'll actually end up in a PDB if there's an error here. You see all these log files. There's other ways you can start it. That's for production purposes. Then you don't see any output. It's running as a daemon, and you can stop it with stop. When you're running it with foreground, you need to stop it with Control-C on your keyboard. There's a couple of other things you can do that I'm not going to go into now. So I'm seeing that, and you all should see that. And now we need to create a Plone site. So I'll try to find the right window. It's here, down. So, oops. There's my window. So it says, erzeuge eine neue Plone-Seite, because there's some JavaScript that guesses my language and actually my time zone as well. But I'm not going to do that. Click on Advanced or Erweitert. And the reason, now you need to log in. The default password is admin. That's set in the configuration. Don't ever use that on a production build. This this configuration is not for production. This is for development and for the training only. Don't come complaining at me if you get hacked because you use admin. So now I'm going to select English here, because it would be stupid to force you to see a German site. I'm going to leave my time zone. I'm going to leave example contents. I'm going to leave everything except for one thing. I'm going to click one button. At the very end, there is ploneconf.site. So in the original Plone 5 training, we didn't do that. We did that later. But since Plone 6 is not released, there are a couple of issues that we have to solve to actually work together with Volto. And these issues are solved in Plone Conf site if you did the installation today or yesterday, which would be best, because then you have Plone Conf site, which is a package in your Buildout. I'm going to do that quickly, and then I'm going to show you where the code, at which point the code has to be. So it takes a while to do, and it's working, and you can see that it's working because the terminal tells you, I'm importing document, news item, event types, and stuff like that. So there's actually a lot of information here that is actually important, and it is really good to understand most of that. But for now, let's just assume it's good because you see a Plone site. So that's fine. Let's make sure that I got it right by going to the Volto frontend on port 3030, reload, and I got my Plone conference website. So step back, take a step back. So in my code, I'm going to stop my instance now. The Plone site is created. It is stored in the database. It's not going away just because I stopped my instance. When you installed Plone, it ran Buildout. It's a config tool that we're coming back to later. And that is, it is downloaded from GitHub into a folder called SRC for source, called Plone Conf site. And if you are in there, you should see, if you do git status, oops, if you could type, you see it's a detached head at a certain stage. So the reason for this is that the code in the training that we're using in the training, this is source tree. This is the repository. It starts with an empty package, and then during the installation, we switch to the tag called Volto. And the changes that are made here, they're documented in the training. You can read about them, but you could also look at the code. They make sure that you have folderish content, that the REST API is installed, and that you can edit the front page in Volto. These are very important small changes that are necessary at the moment because we're still running Plone 5.2. When Plone 6 is released, then you don't have to do that. Then a default installation of Plone will work well with Volto, and you don't have to add any additional code or any additional package. This is just, I don't know, growing pains probably, because we're not done yet. So this is what it does. It explains that. By the way, for the training, when we switch from chapter to chapter, it is excellent to have a visual Git user interface. I love Git on the terminal, and I use it all the time. But to create tags and to switch between tags, it is great to see that. So next chapter, after we finished, I just click here, I do a double click, and I see I'll move from initial to Volto to talks to behaviors and so on. And that goes for the back end. The same goes for the front end because they are two different packages. We'll get to that. So, okay, I did that. It installed. Now we opened Plone. The Volto front end should be running. It is not run. It's run in a different way. It's not running with. Let me go out here again and start it up again. Instance FG. You'll see if I reload my page here. Nothing is happening. It says connection refused. Plone, that means you don't have anything running on your Plone is not running. If you have site not found, then your Plone site is running, but you didn't create a Plone site yet. So this is the Plone backend that I'm starting here, backend. It takes a while. And here is my front end. I'll quickly restart that so that you see it's not only you, it even takes a while on my laptop to start. Yarn starting up Volto is actually much slower than starting up Plone. Now, there you go, JavaScript. Take that. Okay, did I miss any questions so far? Drawing some breath. Hey, Janina, good that you're there. Can you take over for me for all the JavaScript, the Volto chapters, please? I'll just hide under the table during that. No, I'm not clueless, but I'm not that comfortable about that. Okay, still, let's continue. So you see my Volto, it slowly starts up, but at some point where's my train? Here's my documentation. So it will start up and it will show something like that. And then we'll skip all these exercises. You can do these at home because they tell you how to run on a different port, how to change that port and stuff like that. So let's go. I'll show you, for those who are new to Plone, I'll show you a bit of the user interface that you're seeing in Plone. Let's see if it started already. It has started. Excellent. So in Volto, same as in Plone, you have to log in first. So I log out and I see an empty page. I see a default page. It's empty. I can navigate. It looks fine. It works nicely, responsive. So it's a beautiful interface. I'm a huge fan of the user experience of Volto. I log in again, same user, admin. You have to understand that this is the front end for the back end. It is the same application, but this tab here, let's detach that so it looks like today. This tab talks to that tab, basically. It's actually not that tab because that's also a front end. Let's say this tab talks to that process here through the REST API that is installed here. So this does REST calls to the back end and gets the information from Plone. So, okay, user interface. So here's Plone, here's Volto default user interface. The logo gets you to the front page. You can navigate it. It's a React application, so you don't have page reloads when you click. You can edit the front page, just click on edit. You can type. I'll talk about that editor in a second. You have folder contents. Let's go back a little. So here you have navigation. It's auto-generated from the content that you have. You have a search. So you can search. You have a toolbar that you can make larger and smaller, and it has a couple of icons, and you have a footer. You also have what you don't see right now. Yeah, you actually do. You have breadcrumbs. This is breadcrumb navigation. One of the taglines of Plone is doing breadcrumbs right since 2002. Because breadcrumbs are really hard actually to get right, and Plone did that from the very beginning. Now I hope everyone does. If you have to write your own breadcrumbs, don't. Logo, navigation, search, breadcrumbs. There's a site footer that has a couple of links. These are also editable. And the toolbar has your picture. You can, if you click there, you can have a couple of admin features that you can log out, log in, and go to site setup. Let's not do that right now. But you click on, you have folder contents where you can navigate through the site and organize stuff. So if you're a content editor, this is the place you're actually doing a lot of your work, moving stuff around, changing stuff like publishing everything at the same time, or retracting stuff, or changing things. So the thing you do first is delete everything. Okay, I'll do that. I'll go to folder contents, select all, and just get rid of the example content that is created by Plone. Bam, it's gone. So now you see, if you click on news, you get this page does not exist because It doesn't exist. The navigation has a little caching in it, so if it's not automatically going away at the first after the first deletion. So now your default content is deleted. You can make sure that it actually is by going into your Plone Classic instance and reloading, and there's your empty site. You see a difference here. So this and this, the text here is not the same. The reason is, again, that this is Plone 5.2, and there is a hack in the package that we're using that makes the Plone site root editable like it's a page, which it is not. It's not a page, it's a site root. It's actually a pretty complex object, but still. So this tells you two things. A, that Plone 6 is not released yet, and B, that when you start a project with Plone, you need to decide before you go into like heavy development if you want the classic front end, that is this, or the Volto front end, that is this. So we're using the Volto front end. We're just using this for backup purposes because a couple features are not implemented in Volto yet. So let's quickly, we did all this. We'll ignore that. First, we'll create a user. First thing you do is always create a user. Never work as an admin. During the training, it's okay to work as an admin, but still, you should first create a user. So click on the face or on the small icon here. Click on Site Setup, and go to Users and Groups, and then you get a nice user interface where you can say here, Add New User. There's a plus button. You click on that, and then you add a user to your liking. I'll just use my name. When you hit Tab, it auto validates all the fields, even if you haven't been there yet, which is maybe a bit annoying, but doesn't really hurt. So you need to add an email and a password, and you need to pick a role. You don't have to, then you're just a user. But I'm going to make my my user a manager. So he's a real administrator of the site. Click on Save. And the user is created. It shows up here. It shows you that it's a manager. The whole system there is complex and very, very powerful. I'll get into that at a very later, much later chapter. But let me, you don't have to do that, but I'll do another. Call this one Tester. Tester. Same email, because I'm not going to send any emails anyway. Tester, and he's nothing. He's just a visitor of the site. So he's logged in. I could, okay, let's say he's no, he's nothing. He's just a member. That's the default role. So now I'm going to switch to a different. No, first, before I switch, I'm going to go back to the home page. I'm going to create a new new content. So let's, yeah, for those who are, this is very classic Plone news item. This is for, okay, let's not do that. Let's do a, hang on, in the, ignore the mail server. Yeah, there's a page called training that we need. Let's create a page called training. So page, and call it training. And I'm going to save that without typing anything. So, and now, I'm going to switch to a different browser. I'm using Chrome here. Go into the same application, port 3030. See the same, but I don't see my training. The reason is for this is obviously that this site is not published yet. Plone has a very powerful built-in workflow system that allows you to create, submit, retract content. I'm going to, this is private. I'm going to submit that for review. And if you, you can see, well, you should, no, actually, I still can't see it because I'm not a reviewer. If I would be a reviewer, as a role. I could see that now because then I can take that. This you still have to do some changes here before you publish that. This is not perfect yet. But if I publish it, oops, hang on, wrong button. Pending. If I publish that, now it's public. You see the color changed. Now it's blue. I wonder why. Whatever. So it should have changed for pending. It should have been orange and not red. So, but never mind. When I reload my page now, you remember the caching of the navigation. If I do a real reload of the page, I see my training site and I can see that now. I can't edit that, obviously. I could try to log in. I'm not even logged in. I should have done that. Tester, that's my password. So here, training, I can see that now, but I can't edit that. I'll go back to the site and just to show you how powerful that is, I'll give the user that I just created, the tester, I'll give him, oh no, I don't give him anything. Let's see, I'll retract the training for now and make that pending again. So it's rejected now. So the workflow state should be private again, and now I'll submit it for review. So it is submitted, and when I go to the other folder, I don't see it. I'm logged in, but I can't see it. But when I change the role of that user to reviewer, as I said, and save, there's a save button somewhere, hopefully. Maybe it's auto-save. Is it auto-saved? Let's see. Was it auto-saved? Nope, it wasn't saved. Where's the save button? Volto magic Volto people, please tell me where the save button is here. That is that's an epic fail, I'd say. Interesting. There is delete, but not save. Okay, you see, this is the reason why Plone 6 has not been released yet. But okay, let's do the same, but in the classic front end. You have the same basic logic. You all probably, or most of you know that. You have the same users, and let's add reviewer as a role for tester. And here's my save button. Let's go back to this one. So here I'm tester, I'm logged in, and when I reload my page now, because of the navigation, I can see training. And I can even, since I'm a reviewer, I can even publish that and yeah, and edit it. So yeah, that's probably enough about workflows for this state. So let's create some default structure. Let's edit that. First, let's edit the front page because that is really exciting. The front page has a feature called the, it acts like a page. It's the Pastanaga editor. So when I click here on edit, I don't have the classic schema-based fields that I can edit, but I have this Pastanaga editor. So let's, yeah, 2035 actually, 2035. If you don't know where Solis Lactus is, you could look that up. It's on Mars. It's a great place. You should go there. So let's add some dummy text here. Lorem ipsum. And you can save. So this is the Pastanaga editor. The cool thing is you can move these blocks around, for example, and you have a couple of different blocks available. For example, you can add an image here. Let's add an image. Ta-ching. Oh, I need to go to this one. So, yep. So adding an image, and you can decide how you want this image to be displayed, stuff like that. So that's fine, and save that for now. Okay. I'm sorry, but my kids are making quite a ruckus downstairs. Not sure what's going on. I hope I hope everything is under control. So, okay, I'll add a folder called schedule. Too many windows. Here, go to the front page again, create a folder called schedule. And you see the difference in editing. This is the schema-based content, and you don't get this editor. It's, oh, why is my image showing up here? This is super ugly. I'm going to remove that image. Ah, never mind. Hang on. Folder called location. I'm not going to do that. Sponsors, sprint. I'm going to leave it at that because we're not going to do these. I'm just going to use add another folder called news. So training schedule and folder called news. Ka-ching. And while we're at it, I'm going to add another folder called stuff. So what do you do with stuff? You hide stuff away. You exclude it from navigation. So a lot of Plone content has a lot of features include in these schemas. So a folder has a title and a summary. The summary, this will show up in listings, for example. But there's more. You can categorize them by tag using tags, give that a language, add related items with a content picker. You can add a publishing date. Careful, the publishing date doesn't mean that it's if you publish that, it is still published. It will just not show up in the navigation or the search, but the content object is still visible. The publishing date, once the publishing date is reached, the content will show up in navigation and in searches. So this is the publishing date. I can manage rights and ownership, and you can exclude it from the navigation. That's what I'm doing. So stuff, when I click here, stuff should not show up. And the Plone logo that I have here, the ugly one, I'm going to move that into stuff. So bam, cut, paste here. There we go. Done. So who's wondering what should have broken? Anyone? The image should not work like that, because the image is the link to the image is now the image is not where it has been. So if you had a image src / whatever something, this doesn't work anymore. The reason for that is Plone references objects in links using UUIDs. These are unique identifiers, unique IDs for content. So the links stay in place and intact even if you move stuff around. This is there's two more things. There's if you move something from A to B, Plone automatically generates an alias from A to B. So if you open the old URL where the A has been, it will automatically redirect you to the B. That's the second cool thing. There's another cool thing. If you delete something that contains content that is used by a link, you'll get a warning because you will break link integrity. And you can decide to, hey, I don't care, I love broken links, just delete everything, anyway, or okay, let's not do that right now. So this small trick exposed 3 excellent features of Plone. So moving along. Yeah, the default content types. I already showed you the front page. I created a page, training as a page. Let's create a new page just for the fun of it. And I'll show you a couple more features. A page, some text, and some more, because these blocks are important. We're going to use them later. I showed you image and I showed you text already, but there's also listing. A listing is basically a search of content of your site that you can define. You can say this listing should contain, for example, only news items. So where's news item? Here's news item. So only news items should show up. There's actually a couple templates. You can register your own templates, but we're going to use the default one. So you don't have a news item yet. It doesn't show up. Save, and your page looks a bit raw. Once you add a news item, so you see it's a different content type. It doesn't have this editor. It's one of the classic content types of Plone. It's more schema based. So let's create a news item, say talk submission is open now. Yay. Go and drop something, whatever. So let's add some text. Oh, by the way, there's a text editor. That's a rich text editor. It has a nice user interface. So if you want to create a link, for example, to something, or if here's your link, you can create a link. You have this link picker. You can say, okay, I want this bold and whatnot. It is not TinyMCE. If you've ever seen TinyMCE, 1, 2, 3, but it is built on top of Draft.js, a React library, and it works really well. Your mileage may vary. I always say all what you see is what you get. All HTML rich text editors are shit, but some are less shit than others. TinyMCE for default websites is considered as not as shitty as everything else, or maybe your opinion is different. Same goes for these React-based editors. There are very strong opinions around there, and I'm not gonna make a lot of enemies by saying something I may regret. So news items have a title, summary, a text field where you can add whatever you like, and an image field. Let's just add an image, and I'm gonna save that. And here's my news item. You remember we created the page just seconds ago with a collection, and magically the content appears. So yay. Because we said matches any news item. I can add more criteria. For example, review state, that's the workflow state. You remember the published news folder or not published news folder. The review state needs to be published, and gone it is. And once I go to my news item, this folder is still private. I'm gonna make that public. And I'm also gonna make this public, and voila, it shows up again. So without any programming, you already used a couple of very powerful features to create a site. There's more you can do with that. Well, let's skip ahead. And there's also a lot of other content types, but we'll see them, and you'll find them when you use them. We'll skip collections because we already used the tile, the block, the collection block, or listing block. That's what it's called. A collection is something like a huge listing block, has exactly the same user interface, but it's only that block. It shows only that content. It has a couple of different options to display. It looks like a folder basically, but you can decide what it should show. It doesn't show what's inside it. Well, you can make it show what's inside the folder, but it can also show it only talks that are by Armin 5 years ago, for example. So you can decide these things. There are a couple more features that are not visible in Volto yet. One very powerful one is content rules, which allow you to say, I want to get an email every time one of my editors submits something for publication, because I don't want to go to my website every half hour and reload a collection that shows pending content. I want to get an email so I can work from there. So that is easy to create. It's not in Volto yet, but it will be. It works fine. You don't need Volto for that to work. It's just the configuration interface is not in Volto. It is only in classic Plone. I'm not gonna show you. You see that here. You create a new rule, say what's happening. You configure that, like sending an email to whoever you want, like all the reviewers, for example, and stuff like that. And then you automatically get an email, and you can enable these rules for, say, the whole site, or only this folder, or all these folders and everything that's below that, and stuff. So there's a lot of power. Also, Plone has a built-in versioning. So if you edit something, let's do that. I already did that. I edited the news item. Didn't I? No, I didn't. I need to change something in the news item first. Maybe I did. Here, more text. Save. So here we have a history link, and you can compare these changes. You can see the text was added. You're still seeing HTML here, which is a bit weird. So the blue and the green and red is not 100% perfect yet, but you get the idea. And you can go back to older versions and say you have a co-worker who did some changes, and this way you can find out, oh, it's you who wrote that crappy nonsense, and with one click you can go back to the old version. You don't have to get a backup of the site to actually work with that, get that. So yeah, this is history, workers and groups, workflows. Let's ignore that. There is working copy support that's not using working in Plone. You can take content from the site and say, let's make a working copy from that, and create, edit that, submit that, and only when it's really ready, then replace the original with a working copy. That's perfect for important websites, and you do changes during, and you have to stop during your lunch break, for example. It would be terrible if everybody sees that. So you need to have these kind of working copies things, and the working copy is not visible to normal users, obviously. There's also a place for workflow, which allows you to have a completely different workflow for a certain part of the site. We're going to use that later for talk submission. Well, actually, we're not, but the full training uses that later. For example, you have a folder and you give it a different workflow that doesn't have a published state, or the published state has different permissions. For example, the anonymous users has no view permission ever anywhere. So what do you have then? You have an intranet. It's actually not called an intranet, it's called an extranet, because it's accessible from outside. So that's a couple of the features. I'm going to skip this chapter. I'm going to skip this chapter as well. And we'll jump into a little some Volto basics that are really important for you to understand how this works together. Because you see, we all did all these changes in Volto, but they end up in the database. And Volto really is only a front end, but it packs a punch. It has a lot of features, but the data that is manipulated through these features always ends up in the back end in the database, and that ends up in Plone. So it is, as you already realized, it's running on a different port than Plone because it's a completely different process. So for production environment, you don't only have to take care of your Plone side, your Plone instance running on port whatever you configure it for, but also the Volto thingy. There will be in the future a training on Volto deployments, how to do that for production purposes, but it is not done yet, and but it will definitely come. So you can read up all about that, and caching in Volto and varnish and whatnot. So don't ask me about that. There's no good documentation yet. A lot of people are learning about that at the moment. So Volto, to display content in Volto, Volto uses a Semantic UI. If you haven't heard of that, we'll hear about that later. It's a framework of user interface elements that you can put together. If you're familiar with like classical development, not React, it's like Bootstrap basically. So Bootstrap has these elements, and you can give it a special class, and you can configure it in some way, and it looks nice in such a way. So this is what Volto uses a lot. And the theme that is not the Semantic UI default theme that's also available for Volto, but it's a special theme called Pastanaga. Pastanaga is actually a beach of Barcelona. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's part of Barcelona. It's a beach community. Basically, I think it's only a beach. Yeah. Okay, let's ignore that because we're going into that. So if you've ever been if you have someone who's new to Plone, show them this chapter. Not new to Plone, new to Volto. Show them this chapter. Show them and ask them, please read this chapter. It explains like the core features of Volto before you jump into that. Okay. It is 4:05. Let's say we'll do 15 more minutes, and then we'll do a break. Is that okay? So can you live for another 15 minutes without new coffee? Okay, good, excellent. So I already showed you the control panel. There is a lot of stuff that you can configure there. We already created a user and assigned a special role to that, but there's way more that you can do. I suggest we skip ahead until not even here and here. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. Let me show you a couple of these at least quickly. Bam, here we are. So you can set the date and time. You can change the language. You can add new languages. You can translate, have a multilingual site. Obviously, you need to configure a mail server if you're running in production, because by default it's set to localhost. And when you register, when you send a mail, for example, from the content rule thingy, in your development environment, you don't get an email. Instead, you get a log message here, because in our Plone side for development, we have something installed called printing mail host, products.printing mail host. It's a nice add-on that prevents your Plone site from sending out emails while you're developing, because you're probably developing a feature. I don't know, someone is buying something from a shop that you configured in Plone, and you get all these orders, but you don't want your client to have these orders because you're still only working in development mode. Otherwise, you'll get a lot of unexpected deliveries. So you can configure the navigation. That's going to be important later, because new content types that we will create will not show up in the navigation by default. You can configure the search, saying what types should not be found in the search. Install add-ons, configure the database and say, okay, how big is my database? How many objects? This is not content objects. These are Python pickles in the database, and my database is not packed, so it's more than it should be. You can configure content types. We'll get to that. Configure image scales and sizes. Moderate contents, and manage users and groups. And you can enable, we'll do that later, self-registration. So this will allow users to go to the site, click a button, and bam, they're users, and they can actually create content. So if you don't want that to happen, you should not check this button. You can also, which is great, say use email address as login name. I think that should be the default in Plone 6, because everybody expects the email address to be the login. In the default setting, still pbauer is my login and my password is my password. It would be much better to use bauer@staatl.de. But then I couldn't add the test user with the same email address. So the all has an upside and downside. So there's a lot to read here. Okay, let's go for some instant gratification before we go to the first break. So the first thing you want to do when you create a new site for your project is your project is not called Volto. It is called Plone Conference 2035 or my company, whatever, Siemens and IBM.com, whatever. So the first thing you actually want to do is change that damn logo. In classic Plone, you can change the logo through the web. There's a user interface, just upload a new logo, bam, it's there. In Volto, sadly, this doesn't work yet. It will probably at some point, but it's an excellent excuse to start actually doing some Volto development. So we're using component shadowing. This sounds extremely technical, but basically what it does is you have a component, and that is the default component of Plone, of Volto, and you take a different your own component and put it in front of that, so its shadow falls on the other. This is my new Fairphone, by the way. I'm really excited about that. So your component is the original component is basically shadowed by your new component. So and Volto, the Volto front end that you installed with Yo, the Yeoman generator, has a placeholder to just drop in these overrides, these component shadowing overrides. Let's fire up the editors. So to make your life even more confusing than it already is, I use two different editors. One for the Python backend and one for the JavaScript front end, because I love Sublime for Python development and for writing emails even and whatever, everything. And I love VS Code for JavaScript development. It is really well suited to that. So you can see where I'm working on the front end or the back end by the color of my editor. So I don't have to tell you. Well, I will tell you, but still, that's just my setup. You can do whatever you want. You can open them both in the same editor. You can use whatever you like. So following these instructions, we want to change the logo. So there's a handy link. I'm just going to click on that and download, not open, but speichern, download this image to my hard drive. And then I'll create a folder using this path and name here. So in the front end, let's look at that from the terminal. I shut down Volto. You don't have to, but I shut it down. You will have to reload it afterwards anyway. So if you do list, you see SRC holds all your code. So this is, where's my, here, yeah, SRC. This holds, this is your package. If you think I didn't write all that, you're probably right, because Yeoman wrote all that, and it doesn't contain anything. It's just placeholders. It is empty. So import default, empty folder with comment and stuff like that. So this is a placeholder where you can put your code into. So let's do that. SRC, customizations, component, theme, logo. Let's see, SRC, starting from front end, SRC, customizations, components, theme. Oh, this already exists, probably because I created that. I'm pretty sure this doesn't exist for you, so I'm going to delete that. But I can create that. I'll create it by hand. VS Code has so many nice features, including this. If you click on a folder and say, okay, add new folder, you can tap, paste in the whole name, including slashes. And it creates the whole folder structure for you. That's nice. And inside folder, now I need to dump in my my file. I'll show that in the Finder because I use Mac. So I open another Finder, and in my download folder there should be a logo. It's a SVG file. So it's, yeah, that's how it looks like. And I just dump it into that folder. Let's close that again. So here in components, theme, logo, I now have a new file. It's a SVG. And now on restarting Volto, Volto picks up these changes. The same as in Plone, if you're familiar with the Z3 JBot, you have to restart your Plone instance if you do a customization via this very similar technology to component shadowing. So I'm going to start that again, which sadly takes a while, but we don't have to do that often, because when we change files, Volto does hot reloading. That's the default JavaScript toolchain. It's really convenient, so you don't have to restart your Volto front end every time. So it takes a while, but then after you restart Volto, your page should look like this. You can obviously use any kind of logo. It should be small, otherwise it'll look really ugly. But we're not here. This is not a beauty contest, so I'm absolutely okay if you have an ugly site. My front end is obviously not ready yet, so I'm hitting reload. This signals to Volto that I am annoyed that it's so slow, and that makes Volto run faster because it feels that I'm annoyed. So there's a boost when you hit reload. It's the same if you press a button many times. The machine feels that you're in a hurry and it goes much faster. So so you see, mastering Plone. There it is. Wow. Okay, excellent. First customization of Volto. It is 4:15, and with this first success, we'll call a short break. Feel free to ask questions in the Slack. I'll try to answer them where we pick up in 5 minutes. I'll go get me some coffee. You do whatever you feel you must do. And as I said, feel free to ask questions. And thanks for your attention for so far.
See you soon.
See you soon. So I'm muting myself. All right, let's continue. Sorry, that took a bit longer than expected, but the kids are doing crazy disco downstairs. So let's see if we have any questions. How can you handle longer logos with the nav? Easy way to draft. Okay. Well, this is a CSS issue, basic question. So if you can override the CSS, the style, so that the well, it's HTML. Just look at that. So the logo will be injected into this container here, class logo. Has no automatic width. So there's a logo wrapper. What does it have? A flex scroll, wow, whatever that does. And it's in the header. So the navigation flows under, yeah, it just changes to mobile navigation when it at a certain width. You'll have to experiment with the CSS or less in this case to get the result that you want for a different logo, but you can override that. No, you can even use different formats, not only SVG, but SVG obviously renders best in a browser. Not everything is possible to create as a vector graphic, obviously, but the best way to use is SVG. Okay, let's, I realize already 1.5 hours have passed and I'm still only at this chapter. I should be way further. So I'll try to pick up the pace a little. If I lose you, just yell at me at some in Slack or with your audio. Feel free to yell at me. That's fine. So the next is a bit more complicated because when we have this news item. Hang on, here in news, in the folder news, I have this talk submission is open now, and I have, for example, the page where I have this listing. Let's add this listing here, actually. Let's move this a little out of the way. Remove this nonsense and add the listing here just for the fun of it. So type is news item. So all the news items. So obviously something very important is missing. And I'm always annoyed when I go to a website, it says news column, and then it says something is news. I said, yeah, but since when is this news? I have a lot of clients who are not very busy updating their websites, at least not the news section of their websites. So you have something on the news, which is actually from 2019 or 2018. And then it's not news because talk submission is not just open, probably conference is already over. So what you want for news item is actually when was this news item published? What's the date for this news item? So let's do that. To do so, first, we're not going to change this. We'll do that later. But you click on there and you don't see a change. You don't see the date. This is like it's a crazy missing feature in Plone, and it's the first task that you do in the training, or the second task in this case, is to add the date here. So how do you do that? You first need to find the original news item, and finding that is not that easy. So I'm going to show you, tell you where it is. All the content views for different content types in Volto are in Volto. So, but I only generated you only generated your Volto front end, but that package is not Volto. That's the extension of Volto, but the package contains something called a omelette. It would take a little bit too long to explain why it's called omelette, but believe me, it makes a lot of sense for historians, at least. I'm a historian by education. So this omelette folder contains what actually is the real Volto, because everything you write in your SRC folder is just overrides and extensions of Volto. Omelette contains real Volto, and never, ever make a change there. You don't want to, I don't know, I heard that there are content management systems where the development approach is you download it, you install it, and then you change it to make it do what you want. In Plone, you never do that, neither with the front end nor the back end. You override and you extend. That's what component architecture and IT is invented for, to take something and modify it in a sane way, and just don't patch it. That is just that's a terrible idea. Don't ever do that. So in Omelette, there is your Volto, and the Omelette folder holds the whole code for Volto, and one of that is there. It has its own SRC source folder, components, theme, view. Let's go there. SRC, components, theme, view. Yeah, components, theme, view, and there you have. You could have also searched like news item, something like that, and you would have found that, because there's not that many full files called news item, and since the content type is called news item, it's obviously one of these has to be the name. Obviously not the tests, but this one here. It's the only file that is that actually fits the right name. So news item view. So this must be it. So what you do now is you copy this file into your application. But you first need to create. You need to copy the folder structure. So here is explained how. Yeah. Let's ignore that for now. No, let's not ignore that. So this is your news item view. It renders the news item in React. It is a JSX file. So JSX, this is not a React Basics or even a JavaScript Basics course. If you don't know what a JSX file is, that is absolutely fine with me. That is okay. You don't need to know a lot of JavaScript or React to actually customize Volto using this technology, because a lot of that is self-explaining. There is a lot of, there's some JavaScript here, but you see this? You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that this is basic HTML. This is a paragraph. Why does it say class name? Obviously, class seems to be a restricted name, so it's using something similar. It's just class name, and this is the class name. And then there you have these curly brackets, content.description. So if you ever did some web development using Jinja or Mako or what Plone uses, what's it called? Chameleon. Is it called Chameleon? Yeah. Then this looks familiar. This probably replaces the content of the paragraph with the CSS class document description with whatever the value of content description is. And that is super obvious. Content is obviously the content item that you're looking at. That is the news item. Here, this is the news item, and description is obviously the content of the field called description. The only issue is that it's called summary here, but the technical name is description. So you have a Python object in the back end. I'm going to show you that actually, because that's fun to see. So talk submission now open. So here's my let's jump into a little bit of Python, just a little bit of Python. Talk submission is now open. You see the same content as in Volto, the same content in the old front end and in the new front end. And in the old front end, there's a nice trick you can do if you have the right add-on installed. You can instantiate a PDB here where you are, and you have self-context. That is my news item, and description, oops, is actually the attribute with the name with that, and I can change that description. Let's change that. Please submit your talks soon. Let's fix the L. And I changed that. Plone is the database is transaction database, so it's actually only stored after a transaction when the request is finished. So I have to make a transaction. So I'll just do that. Transaction.commit. You don't have to memorize that. It's just a hack. And I continue, get out of the PDB. And when I reload my news item, the title, the description has changed. And the same is true, obviously, for Volto. So when I click here, it says, please submit your talks soon. So going back to the news, to the template, hang on, I was in the editor. This is the Python attribute of the content object content is used here. Obviously, this is not Python. This is JavaScript. So what are we dealing with here? This is a representation of that content that can be used in JavaScript. So the Plone REST API serializes the Python data, like the attribute, which is a string, into something serializable, JSON obviously, sends it over the web to the through the REST API to the front end. React, that is Volto, reads that and passes it to that news item view as the attribute description of content. I'm going to call that attribute for now, even though in JavaScript it would be a prop probably. I think I'm not the most not the best one using these names. So okay, this is obviously the place to change it. I could just write something here. I could actually do that. Never do that. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do what I do right now. Hang on, where's my window? The right window. So not sure if that is picked up, but if I restart, at least if I restart my instance, it should show up foo at some point. So don't ever do that. Override in the same way. So we copy this file into our package. So there is, yeah, this explains a little how this whole thing works. There is actually, yeah, let's go back to that. Copy the file into, let's go, SRC, customizations, components, theme. We already been there. Customizations, components, theme, we already have that. So if I go to my SRC folder here, I have customizations, components, theme, and then I have, oops, the logo. So what I'm missing is view. So I'll create a new folder here, or even better, I create a new file because VS Code allows me to add a new file and add the path in front of that. So nice. That's, oh God, did I add that into logo? Yeah, I obviously added that into logo. Cut, and add it to theme, paste. Yeah, so, okay, I got logo and I got view. Sublime doesn't do that. This is, VS Code is really, really good dealing with files. That's something I really love. By the way, I got Christmas cookies by my downstairs. So, so what do we have to do? Do we wave our hands? Does it magically show up? Do we have to recompile the kernel, or do we have to do something else? So whenever we drop a new file into whichever system we're using, either the backend or the front end, we have to restart our instance. So in this case, I changed something in the backend, in the front end, sorry. So I'll have to stop Volto and restart Volto. And the component shadowing logic picks up this file automatically and puts it over the original file. So this is a great moment. First you need to make sure that you're actually using that file. So what you do now is you go into there and do what you should not do. Oh, you should actually add something into that file. It's still empty. So let's go to my news item view thingy, copy the whole thing, the full thing, dump it here, save. So now open the browser. We can do a reload, again, hitting the button many times until it actually works. Come on, faster. So there's no error message yet. Oh, finally it's done. Okay, good. So here's my talk. I don't see that I'm using my override because I didn't make a change. So what you do now, keep that in mind. You always have to do that. First, make sure you do, can you remove content description and say, save. And now you don't have to restart because hot reloading takes place. And you see foo, and yay, my file is done. So now, very important, undo your change, oops, and save the file as a commit as it is. Then make your customization and then do a second commit. You, 2 years from now, will be eternally grateful that you did that, because this way you will have a sane Git history that will have a diff only showing the change that you actually need. Let me make an example, because I did that for the code for the training that you're using. So when I go to my, didn't have that prepared, hang on, front end. Can we move this thingy here somewhere? Yeah. So here's my front end. I have a Git history. It is, yeah. I have no Git, not a lot of Git history because I'm at the very start. So here is my customize logo thingy. That's simple because I don't need a commit. It's just a new file. And then you do a commit, add copy of whatever you want to modify of blah, 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 news item to customize. And only then do the change. Please, please keep that in mind. If you have to work with your own code 2 years from now, or if someone else has to work with your own your customizations at some point in the future, it is terrible to have to find out the hard way why this override is actually there. What's the change? So you'll have to take an old version of whatever software was customized, exactly that version, use your override, get the override, make a diff, and try to understand what the diff actually does, and then try to recreate that in the then actual current version of that system. So that is horrible. Don't do that. So okay, we did override that, but we're not seeing a date yet. Okay, now it's getting a bit complicated. Actually, let's do the simple thing first. Just before the text, no, this one. Before the text, you see there's text, content text. Just add the paragraph and say content.created with curly brackets around that. So here is a simple HTML thingy element, and here a tag, and here is some JavaScript. Content is a JavaScript object, and created is a whatever. Let's call that an attribute because I like Python more than JavaScript. And you need these curly brackets around that so that JSX can see that it's not text. Otherwise, it will just render text. You can do that. It's not a problem. It'll show up as text. Here, content created. But if you do these curly brackets, similar to to templates in Plone, where you use a dollar and curly brackets, because it's a completely different system, it now shows a date. Yay, we're done. Not really, because nobody wants to read that. This makes very little sense unless you're a computer, and I don't think you are. So you need a humanized form of that. And now In Python, you would probably, if you're a Python developer, you probably know what to do. There's a couple of ways to do that. In JavaScript, exactly the same. There's a million ways to do that. One is to use the moment library. It has nothing to do with React. It's just a simple JavaScript library. It's excellent. Moment.js. It is used in default clone as well. Momentjs.com. So we use that in normal clone as well, and you can like render whatever and localize dates. It's beautiful, and you can use that in React as well, because here you have, it is like a mix of Python and HTML. React has Python, has JavaScript and HTML and even CSS sometimes in the same file. It is, you feel a little dirty after you work with it a while, but you get used to that. So you can import this moment library as import moment from moment. This is how you do these imports in JavaScript. And then use the moment library that you have available here by you call it. Hang on. So here, let's replace that. So you call moment like you would in Java, in Python, could call a method, pass it your date object. It's a string. Content created is a string in this case, and you format it in the LL way. So there's a lot of different ways to format that. This is the one I chose. Check the moment libraries documentation to figure out which one you like most. And voila, you see December 5th, 2020. And we're good. You could also say created, like that. And you see, after a couple of seconds or 2 seconds, it auto reloads. You don't have to do reload and stuff like that. So it's really great working with modern JavaScript stacks. Even though you hate JavaScript, the stack is amazing. So yeah, let's not do that because we're running into another interesting issue at this point. So here it is. We should probably make that strong. Did I do that strong? No, I didn't. I could have done that, like do with my editor, say strong here. Probably looks a bit better. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Styling is not our business today. So now the ugly issue raises its head. That there is not only one date associated with any content. So there is the date when you actually saved that item for the very first time. That's the creation date. Then 2 weeks later, you change that. That is the modified date. So that's the last time you modified something. And then at some point, you publish that. That is the effective date. It's called effective in this case. So you have 3 dates. What do you want? Which one do you want to show up? Actually, you want the one to show up when you published that, because you might have been preparing this news item for a month now, but when you publish that on today, and it has the date that is 2 months old, that doesn't represent what you actually want users of the website to see. You want them to see that that is correct. But what happens if you use content effective and it's not published yet? It doesn't have content effective. So, and to add insult to injury, imagine your item is not a news item, but an event. So think about, what date do you want to show? Do you want to show when the event was created, when the event was published, when the event was modified, or actually when the event starts? Whenever your client comes to you and says, can you put a list of news and events here? You say, no, let's discuss this a little further, because this is actually can get pretty complicated, especially when you want to mix these two. Or what do you want to do with a date that goes on for a week? Whatever. So we're doing this little dance here to use the effective date if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, we'll use the creation date. So in JavaScript, you can do these beautiful and. If you read that as Python, this is effective and effective in this moment, or so effective is evaluates as true, and then use effective in this format, or you can also use it as try except. Except or use content created in that format. So let's use this snippet here. Isn't it beautiful how JavaScript editors auto format your code? I always enjoy the moment when I save and it goes boom, and it looks better than before, at least a little better. So here we're done. So it looks exactly the same now because it's already published, and the date is still the date, but you actually need to think about that whenever you're dealing with dates. Okay, let's moving on. You can do the exact same thing with a summary view. The summary view is a view that is used, for example, in the, hang on, that was the wrong button. When you click on news, you have this listing here. You have different views that you can choose to show the content of that folder from. For example, have that display as a table or as a gallery, which makes no sense because it's not a picture, or a listing view, which is the short version, or the summary view. The summary view looks like this. This only makes sense if you have more than one item, then you can actually understand what this is. Party moved to yeah. Party. So here's a new news item. I saved that, and my listing shows me these two items. I don't actually like this view too much. This is maybe better. Doesn't really matter. It's not, again, it's not about styling this training. It's about modifying the data. And you again see you have a listing of news items. You can create a collection to say sort them by date and stuff like that. But if you don't see the date, that's annoying. So you want to show the date, have the date show up here as well. And that works fine. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to skip over that because you can do that at home. Copy another file, the summary view. There's just one thing that I should show you, because in the summary view, we're obviously not dealing with the content, which is the object, but content.items, which is the items that are contained within the object, because content is the folder. The folder is using that view, summary view, and the items are a list. And here in JavaScript, we're iterating over the list of items. So this is, read that in Python as for item in content items, column, do that. And here you got all the item thingy, and here before the description or after the description, here you could add your date. And you need to do the same dance with, but the point is, if you use item effective or item created, you'll get the publishing item of the folder, but content effective or content created, you get the data of the folder, so that you need to use item instead. Skipping that part and jump into the listing block, because that's actually way more interesting and more fun to work with. So the listing block is hard to find. It actually took me quite a couple of minutes to find it. So that's why I wrote down where it is. It's called the default template. It's not called, I don't know, listing block or whatever. But once you know how it's called default template. And I have that here. And I copy that into my customizations components. And now it's in a different place. It's not in theme view, because it's not part of the theme that renders a content item, but it's part of manage blocks listing. So I'm going to create this file here in components. Yeah, go into components, create a new file, and it hopefully did the right thing. Yeah, manage blocks listing. Here's my new file. I'll copy the content over. And again, I have to restart. I'll just do that right now, so I don't have to wait until I finish my customization. So I just dump them in here, restart. Again, I import moment. Make sure if you have multiple tabs, the original and your copy open, don't edit the wrong one. So close the original one, make a commit after you created that. And if you're unsure, just close them all, because in VS Code, the color of the tabs is counterintuitive from my point of view, in that theme at least. So SRC manage blocks listing in the customization thing, here it is. Okay, add my import from moment, import moment from moment. And again, I have an item and not content, because I'm not talking about the content, I'm talking about the item. And let's look at what we're actually trying to customize. Let's see if it started. It has started, excellent. So in this case, we're not customizing this, we're actually customizing this here. So this is the listing block. So once I go into my custom template and God, that is confusing. So here's the image, here's a body, there's a title, there's a description. Let's put that behind the description, let's say. Let's see if something happens. Let's wait for a second. It's recompiling in the backend, and maybe there's an error because I don't see any change. Nope, don't see an error. Okay, try reloading, maybe it does something. So what's going wrong here? That's the interesting part. So the most common error is to copy something into the wrong folder. So make sure, and obviously I think I did that, make sure you read it correct. So it's the original is in components manage blocks. So it should go into my customizations component manage blocks. Let's see if we're here. It goes into customizations, component, manage blocks, listing. Default template, JSX. It is there. It's the right place and it's not showing up. Maybe I forgot to save. So if you have created the page, but you added, no, I created it and restarted. So that can't be it. I'm actually clueless why that happens, but not a problem at all, because I have, and you also have the code with the correct answer. And would be interesting to see what the difference is. I'll go into my date to the listing block templates, and I'll just check out this tag. And I will probably get a conflict because I have local changes here. So let's see what happens, and you will find out how to fix these. I'll just double click here. Bam. Yeah, I think, this won't work. Unacceptable. You have local changes, you will override them. If this happens, you just read the documentation, because here is a link on getting the code, how to do that, because you have one state of the code, you add stuff, and you want to check out the new state of the code, which adds the same files, but maybe with different spacings and stuff like that. So you have a conflict. So you can, there's two commands that you use in this case, git clean fd. Let's do that. Git clean fd. It deletes all my customization. So you're, oh my God, all my work is going away. But you're working through the training. So all the work is still there. You're not losing anything, at least until the end of these chapters. And then if you have any additional changes, stash them away in files that are in the original as well. So now you can do git tag and see a list of tags that exist. And that's the same as the ones here. And I check out the end of overrides. And now I don't get a complaint at all. And I can restart my, my front end. And hopefully my override will show up. It's a good thing that I made these, some error here. I actually don't, if any one of you knows what I did wrong, please tell me. But I'm pretty sure that the date will now show up. After Volto has started again. On starting up, it will read these new changes. I already this also includes the changes I did not make to the listing template. I'm not sure how I can communicate with my laptop that I'm really annoyed that Volto is taking so much longer to start than Plone. On a new laptop, Plone can start up in 3 to 4 to 5 seconds. It is really fast. Yeah, whatever. Here we are. Here's my date. Excellent. It works. So the code works, and I made some weird error. And you can see if you go to news, you have the listing, you can see the date as well. So this override is there as well. Okay, excellent. We can move on. Oops, this is that chapter. So let's see. We overrode the news item. We changed the summary view. We changed the listing block. And this, we're going to skip the localization part because that is also, it is still fluid because it's annoying to have to set the locale in JavaScript in every view. I think that should be done by Volto automatically from the system or from the browser, whatever it says the language is, or from the content or whatever. So this works if you need multilingual in Java in Volto right now, but you can we'll skip that for now. Next, to have some more instant gratification, we'll skip that. You can read up a little on Semantic UI. You will deal with a lot of Semantic UI elements. You already you saw these actually already, but so far you only added P's. Here, a span, for example. But if you look closely, you can see a couple of things that don't look like a HTML tag. For example, conditional link. This is obviously not a HTML tag, but something from React. So if you go to your, let's check another override here, the news item. What do we have here? There's a container. And there's an image. In HTML, there will be img, not image. So obviously, this is not just the string that will be rendered, but this is a component. It's a component by Semantic UI of Semantic UI that you can configure to behave in such and such a way. We'll use that to have the speaker images displayed as a circle. Without writing CSS. It's always good not to have to write CSS, in my opinion. So this is Semantic UI. So next we'll do some tiny theming things, because that's the next thing. Your client tells you, hey, yeah, I like this font, but I want a different one. You go, oh God, that was not really easy in Plone 5. In Volto, it is really easy because you just use a override again. So you create an override of the default font that is configured as a less variable. and you set, we want to set the font name to Lato. So we create a empty file called site variables in theme globals. So let's check. Okay, we're still in the front end. So there should be theme globals somewhere. So there is my, in SRC, I have my SRC, and I also have a theme folder. So this is not the same. SRC holds all my JavaScript components, and theme holds my less files. So here I can create, need a new folder structure called, hang on, globals, only globals. And in there, I'll add a file called site variables. This is documented in various places, so don't worry. And if you forget where to put them, just read and look at the training, and it'll tell you. And again, it's a new file. Let me add another one because we'll need that next anyway. Site overrides. And let's add also extras theme, new file, extras custom overrides, and extras custom variables. You don't have to do all that. It's just, there are tiny changes in there. So these are basically the 4 files that you can add. Well, you can add plenty more, but these are the files where you can add your customizations. It's basically a convention. So in globals, you add an override for everything that is part of core Volto. If you don't have to, you can do it another way, but you should put all overrides or changes to core Volto into site variables, where you change variables, and inside override where you change CSS. So first I changed the font. Let me restart, because these files need to be picked up as well by a restart. And if you change, that's why I added them in one go. And then I override the letter spacing so that it looks nice. And if I'm lucky, this is the way it looks by default. After a while, it should change automatically. Let's see if I can move that to a different screen where I can see that, and I can say now when something should change after reloading. Then it's still building. Oh, but yeah, you see, it's trying to get the new data, but it's not there anymore. So now I can reload, and you will see. You see the difference. I think you do. And I can go back to the original. So this is I haven't saved that yet. So let's save the letter spacing and change the font back to the original. So this is okay. Okay, now save. Do something. It's working. It is working. It's still working. I see it on the top left bottom. Here we are. Changed the font. Good. Okay. So, and here you have the full power of less available. You can do a couple of more overrides. We'll skip these for now, but you can override, for example, one of the downsides of the variable is that it's not used in the toolbar, which is annoying. I think that's a bug, but still you can override that setting then. And it's one of the examples here. In custom overrides, you just write the less code to change the font of the menu list button thingy here. That is in custom overrides, save. And when we go back to the site, You saw that? You saw that. I think you saw that. Excellent. Good. Moving on. So you see, you now have 4 files. You can add images and stuff and whatnot. But you see, you have less available now. It's automatically compiling. You can do basically everything here now. You can take existing things that you see and change them, and you can change the visual representation by either overriding a template or changing the theme. So this gets you, I'd say 50% of every project is customizations of things that already exist. But this was the easy part. Okay, it's 5:10. Should we do a short break in 3 minutes? Let's do it. Let's continue for 3 minutes. I'll tell you what we're doing right now, where we actually should be right now after this time, and then we'll do a break and continue. Well, let's give it some, maybe more than 3, but there's going to be a short break in a while. Okay, next chapter is extending Plone, because now we overrode front-end features. That's like half of the projects that you have to do usually. But the other half, the much harder part, is extending Plone. You can extend the front end and you can extend the back end. The thing that we're doing is we're creating a website for a conference. And as you realize right now, and probably in the next couple of days, is a conference wouldn't be a lot of fun if there wouldn't be interesting talks. So you could just go ahead and create a page for each talk, write the title and the author and whatnot. And then you have a folder with all these talks, and you can move them around and set the date. But if you have more than 10 talks, this gets a bit tedious, because I don't know, then the speaker name should be heading 2, but you forgot that, so the other speaker has heading 3, and then he's annoyed, he calls you, yells at you, he retracts his sponsorship, and your business goes down the drain. So structured data is what you need in this case, and structured data is what a content management system is perfect for. Structured data lives in content types, so we're going to create a talk content type. But we can create a talk content type through the web. It's absolutely okay to do that for prototyping. I'll show you how that works, but we'll do it properly because we're Python developers, or we want to be Python developers. And so that's how we're going to do that, because then we'll figure out who did what, when, and why, and how we're going to change that. Because if you only do changes in the database, it's a pain in the ass to change that at a later stage or reproduce these changes. So Plone has a couple of technologies to extend it. Obviously, Python is the lingua franca there. And it uses a couple of architectural niceties that I'm not going to go into that. But basically, you're creating a Python package that, like a puzzle piece. So Plone is like this moon, and it has these nice slots where you can fit in. You can attach your own logic to. It can, for example, if you have when you create a content rule, as I explained earlier, let's go further. When you create a content rule that sends you an email, it creates a component, I'll just call it component, that listens to an event that is fired whenever something is submitted for publication. So there is a slot for where this logic can fit in, that then sends you an email when something happens. And Plone is full of these beautiful slots. It's extremely well defined. and it's extremely extendable, whatever. So, and the way to do that for the backend is create a package. The way to do that for the front end is also create a package, but it's not called a package. It's an NP. Well, actually, it is. It's NPM. It's a node package manager. That's where JavaScript packages end up. We call them add-ons. We call them Volto add-ons, and we call them Plone add-ons. But both are basically packages, one in JavaScript, one in Python. There are a ton of add-ons for Plone. I'll mention a couple that you may have heard of already. One is Collective Easy Form. It is a beautiful add-on that allows you to generate forms. I don't know, for example, a submission, a registration form for the conference, or a order form for t-shirts through the web without any programming. This is only available for classic Plone. That means that you can install Easy Form, it's not a problem, and you can run Volto, also not a problem, but you can't create a form in Volto. So the add-on for Volto for this part is still missing. It's actually working. There's work. Janina is working on that. Janina, I'm not sure if she's still here, but she was here, and I'm very much looking forward to her talk about her form generator for Volto. There are more. There is Mosaic, which is a nice add-on where you can generate a layout through the web. You create these little blocks and you can move them around. It's like desktop publishing, but in the browser. It's just exciting. And many others. If you want to find out what add-ons there are, please read this. It has a lot of really good tips that you need to check. Because when you use an add-on for a project that is not, say, just one conference and you're gonna delete the site after a year or so, it's like a marriage. You're marrying something, and getting a divorce is really costly and hard, and you need to find out if you're well suited for each other. So there's a lot of due diligence you have to do before installing an add-on into a project that has a longer lifespan than a year, or where there are important requirements hanging on to that. So yeah, you can add these add-ons whenever. Read up on that if you want. Let's skip ahead. You need to tell Plone about these add-ons. So what we did already, or when you install the Plone, is you did a git clone of whatever is in the backend folder. You all did these steps probably, and you ended up with this site structure and these config files, and this is called the Buildout. Buildout is an orchestration system that configures your Plone site, the backend, in a specific way. And the most important file is called, obviously, Buildout CFG. And it has you need to learn about Buildout if you ever have to manage, extend, or work with Plone in some way. So read this document. I'm just gonna skip through the most important parts before we do the break. So the most important thing here is this. Because Buildout is extendable and it's pluggable and it's combinable, so it's like Plone again. It's very well engineered, and so you have versions that come from dist-plone.org, the versions of Plone 5.2.3, and you extend these versions with another versions file that is inside your own directory, where you add additional versions, or you even override existing versions. We could say use a newer version of whatever is in that other file. Also, the most important part is the list of eggs. If you've been a Python developer for a while, you might know that Python packages are also called eggs. This is where the word omelette comes into play. And here the most important egg is obviously Plone itself. This makes sure that when Python runs Buildout, Plone actually gets downloaded and installed. And there's a couple of others that you can ignore for now. And the second important one is PloneConf site, because that is the package that you are developing at the moment. Okay. There is a lot more configuration, for example, which port the site should run on, some add-ons. Here it tells Buildout that PloneConf site is not on PyP. PyP is the Python package index, where all the Python packages live. So if you go to PloneConf, if you search for PloneConf site here, there's nothing you will find because it's not released on PyP. Instead, Buildout, hang on, wrong editor, will download PloneConf site, the Python package, from GitHub, where it lives. And it checks out, I told you before, we start at a certain point where it says, hey, I can work with Volto. This is that revision. That's a Git revision. It's a hash. And you could change that and say branch equals master or remove it, and then it'll get you the newest version. There's a lot to learn about Buildout that we're not going to go into now, but you will need to learn about that at some point. So the most important thing is we already have a package, PloneConf site. Plone knows about that. So we can skip to the next chapter where we actually teach about how to create a package in the first place with Plone CLI, command line interface. We're not doing that. You can do that for your own packages. It's excellent. There's a shitload of boilerplate that you can mostly ignore, but it is a well-defined structure. Everything is explained in here. But we can look at the result, and the result is this PloneConf site package, which is here. So 4 more minutes, then we do a break. I'll explain the site structure quickly. So inside, this is my Buildout directory, the backend. There's a source folder that has the source checkout from GitHub called PloneConf site. And if you think this is a super annoying folder structure, you are absolutely correct. No argument about that. Why the hell do we need source ploneconf.site, source ploneconf site, and then actually code happens before? It's like, it's way too much. It could be so much easier. For example, here is an example for a Python package that works perfectly in Plone. It's called Minimal. You can just install it. It has a setup py to declare dependencies. And here's my code. That's it. Nothing else. Works fine, but this structure is there so that it's auto-generated by Plone CLI when you create an add-on to be self-sustainable. So this add-on actually has its own build-out. Here, these files. You can ignore all of these because you're not using that. But if you write an add-on and you want to make that publish that on PyP, make that available to the community, you have tests in there and you want these tests to run, you need a more complex setup than just a couple of Python files and a setup UI. This is why this is very important. You can, as I said, you can be super annoyed by that, same as I am always, but it is a very good practice to actually do that. It is also a very good practice to create a package like that and just go here to here, keep the setup py, and just delete everything else. So the boilerplate, except for the folder structure and the setup py, can basically just go away if you don't plan to release your package. But at a very late stage in this training, the plan is actually to release this package on test PyP. Please don't release it on PyP, but you can release it on test PyP, which is reset every night, I think. Okay, so quick walkthrough of the folder structure that is the important things that are actually created. The most important one is the initial setup py, because it declares the dependencies. As I said, here. This is just pure Python. This is like nothing Plone-ish here. This is a normal dependency management in Python. I know there are more modern approaches with PyProject TOML and stuff like that, but this is the way we're still using it in Plone. Then in source plone.conf site, there is your actual package, and a very important file is configure ZZML. And you go, oh God, I thought we're doing Python, not ZZML. ZZML is Volto Component Markup Language. It's XML. It's meant for machines, basically, but it is like a telephone book. Because everything that you use in Plone, or most of the things that you use in Plone as a backend developer, you have to register to Plone. You have to tell Plone, hey, there is something. There is a view that you can render. There is an event that you need to listen to. There is something that listens to an event. Most of these are always configured in ZCML. So that's an important part that you need to change. And there's a shitload of other things that we're going to ignore right now. So we did all this, all the package is installed, and now we can go ahead and create a content type. After the break, we're going to do create a talk. I'll show you super quickly how to do that through the web, and then we'll forget about all of that very quickly again, because we're developers and not tinkerers. We're trying to graduate from tinkerers to developers, so we're doing it the proper way. So in Python, in text, in code, and we're going to commit that to Git and stuff like that. So I'd say let's meet in 5 minutes. Is that okay, or do you want a longer break? If you need some food, we can also do 10 minutes. Because it's a half time now, basically, a bit after half time already. Let's do 10 minutes. 10 minutes is good, so you can have coffee, have a cigarette, and whatever. And please ask questions in the Slack again if you have any. And tell me to go faster if I'm going too slow, or don't tell me to go slower, because then we're not going to get anything. Then we're not going to get anything done today. Okay, talk to you later. Okay. My audio on, I think it is. Yeah, let's continue, I'd say. So you already know what a content type is because we created some content already, folders, news items, documents. We didn't create an event. We added an image, so that basically created an image. And no files yet, but still a couple of folders. You already know about a schema, so these different definition of fields. There is also something that tells Plone that there is a content type. It's called factory type information. And the third part that a content type needs is a visual representation. You can have content but not see it. That's not a problem. Just ignore that. But usually you want to show that. You already know about these attributes with the data, and you already know about behavior. So nothing new there. But you probably don't know yet that you can create new content types through the web without programming. So when you go to site setup, if you want, you can do that and play around with that. You have a control panel called Dexterity Content Types. Dexterity is a framework by Plone that creates content types, that you create content types with. So these are the content types that are available by default, and you can create a new one. You just click on plus and say, I'm not going to create a talk now. I'm going to create a speaker just for fun. And I already have my speaker type. So that's all. You're done. Finished. Nothing else. You can go to your site and you create a speaker and you save it and you display it. Right? Your type is done. So that is some pretty dark magic. And when Dexterity came around in Plone 3, I think it was shown that for the very first time, people got huge eyes and saw that that weird things are happening here. So you created a new type. You can also edit this type and say, okay, here's my name, and here's what can go into that. Here are behaviors. I'm going to ignore these, but you can click on schema. And you can say, okay, let's add a new field. Let's say my speaker has, I don't know, what does he have? Talk would have been better, but still. Let's imagine it's a talk. So we have an audience, because we're going to use that later, a field called audience. No, sorry, that's the title. It's a choice field. So we select from a couple of issues and from options. Audience, for example, and you save that, and then you have an audience field, and when you edit that, you can say these are the options. You have beginner, advanced, and professional. When you save and you go to your site, and you have you already have your speaker. Here's my speaker. It doesn't show up in the navigation, as you see, because already told you that this doesn't work. Your field, where's my field? Ah! Did I forget to press save? I probably forgot to press save. Hang on. Dexterity. In Volto, that happens to me more often than not, that I forget to press save. Yeah, I forgot to press save because I somehow expected that to show up automatically. Or we have an exception, which is not the case. Still, here's my field. Okay, again, choice, audience, whatever. And here are my options: beginner, advanced, professional. And I expect that to save, but actually I have to click here, and now it's saved. I'll open a new tab, wait for React to render, go to my existing content type. Even that works. My existing speaker, click on edit, and I have a select field for audience. I can say whatever typo here, beginner, and save. Doesn't show up. We'll cover that later. So this is how you can create content types. You can add the default, the simplest, a couple of fields. You have a lot of different fields. Let's use text line, I think. Here, text line is name, name of the speaker. The title is something else, for example. You can create a schema like that. You can export that schema. You can import it into your package and stuff like that. So you can do a lot of things. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that content object. ASD, delete, go away. And I'm also going to delete the speaker content type, because we're going to do that right. And by right, I'm talking about Python. So here's how you could do that. You can even change existing content types. That's actually a really nice feature. You can add a new field to existing content types. We'll skip that because it'll take too long. Instead, we'll jump right in. And now, which editor do I fire up? Not VS Code, but in this case, Sublime Text, which is my choice for backend development, Python developing. So to create a new content type in Plone, there are a couple of things you need to do to so Plone actually knows that it exists. So it sounds very convenient to just create that through the web and be done with it. And if it's a short project, that's absolutely fine. But our projects tend to be big, I don't know, universities, huge organizations, stuff like that. And there it is, these need to be tested, and they have a lifespan of not years, but decades. So it needs to be done really properly. And to do something really properly, Python is an excellent choice. So talking about the boilerplate thingies you need to configure, to register these types, first you go into your package. In your PloneConf site package, you remember the weird folder structure. In the training, every time a file is talked about, we're starting at site here. So src PloneConf site, src PloneConf site, here it starts. Here it starts. So when it says go into profiles default, we're actually talking about this part here, profiles default. So profiles default, create a file called types XML. Oops. Typos are really bad in this case, because then Plone will never know about your content type. Just copy and paste. By the way, in your real life projects, I mean the ones you get paid for to do, and the ones I get paid for to do, I use this training as the reference implementation for basically everything. So what I do about twice a week is go into this file here and copy and paste this whole thing here, for example, and then only change the things that I need to change, because this is working in the newest version. It has very sane defaults, and I know what every single line of that means, so I know which things to change. Your job is to figure out which line means what and how to change it to do what you will need in your future projects. So it is a really useful resource for projects. So create a folder called types. It exists already in this case. And in there, create a file called talk, because that is going to be our content type, talk XML. Dump everything that is in here. This is the factory type information. I'm going to explain tiny things about that at least. So types, on installation of the package, Plone reads this file, this XML file, and expects a content type called talk to be registered in types. So there's a folder called types, there's talk XML, and then again, not reinstall, but during the same installation of this package, Plone reads this file and creates a content type exactly as we did when we created pressed on the plus button to create a new content type through the web. When Plone reads this file, it creates an instant, a content type, not an instance, not the object, but a content type model from the information that is here. And the information that is here is that it has a title called talk. It has a factory and a view expression that is automatically should be exactly the same as the name. It's a convention to use lowercase names for your client projects. Plone itself uses has uppercase word beginnings, like document starts with a capital D. That comes from like historical older versions. I always use lowercase for my content types, but you can do as you like. It defines view methods, so it has a couple of different view methods. It references a Python class that is the instance of the object and a Python interface that holds the schema for that object. And it references a couple of behaviors. You don't have to know what all of this means yet. So this is the FTI. So this here we have not yet added the class and the schema. We'll have to do that. And the Python what's referenced here is this. So usually I would call the class, ask the classroom what do you think this is? Is this a string or a file system path or whatever? Since question and answer is really hard here, I'm going to give you the answer. This is a canonical Python path. This is how you could say from PloneConf site content talk import talk, or import the whole thing. So this is basically, this is not Python, it's obviously text because it's in XML, but this references a Python path. So what do we need? We need in PloneConf site, let me use a spotlight. Does that work? Oh, maybe that's easier to see than my cursor. So in my package, I need ploneconf.site.content, but that doesn't exist yet. .talk. So obviously there is a Python module missing called content. And since the module content will contain another Python module called talk, content obviously needs to be a folder. Let's create that. New folder, content. And a Python module is only a Python module, at least in Python 2 that's the case, and we're writing backwards compatible code if it has a dunder init py. So dunder, if you're not a Python pro, is shorthand for double underscore. So underscore is dunder. If you ever hear about the magic dunder functions, these are functions that start with underscore. And every Python module needs a empty init py, dunder init py. Here it is. And now we have a Python module. We need another module. In this case, we use a file called talk.py. And in there, we need a class called talk. Object will be like old school Python. In Python 3, you don't need object anymore. This would be enough. This is my talk. And this could be my interface, iTalk. So here I reference talk and iTalk. But obviously, we're not referencing empty Python classes here, but one of these should contain the schema definition for our content type. That is the interface. Interface is something like a contract. It defines what this type, content type, should be able to do. And the other is the instance. So when you create something, it's the instance of this class, actually. So let's copy and paste the whole thing. Bam. This is the whole file in here. Path. So you see, here's my iTalk. It inherits from model schema. And I have my talk, that's the instance, it inherits from container. So there's like, there's a lot that's totally new to you if you are either new to Plone, or even worse, if you're new to Python, or if you're new to Dexterity, or if you're new to Plone 5, or yeah. So a lot of that is new. Let's go through the most important things. Model schema is the parent class of our talk. So obviously, we're inheriting some logic that is used by Plone to then be able to construct a schema from that, and from that logic be able to construct add and edit forms and even views. So it has no code, no definitions. So there is no like def foo self return whatever self foo. No, that wouldn't make sense. Bar. Nothing like that. It only holds the interface, basically holds the contract. You don't write code that is running at runtime. This is read on startup, and Plone creates a schema from that. So the schema is made out of these class attributes. So this is the class. This is a attribute of this class, basically, from a Python perspective. Upon reading, it creates a field called type of talk of schema choice. You remember what we did before in the browser? I created a content type. I selected choice as my field. So this is obviously exactly the same thing. And in this case, it's choice with the title. I had audience. In this case, it's type of talk. These are the possible values, the ones I added with the enter. And it's a required field. So it's really self-explaining at this part, at least. Let's look at another one, audience. You remember I created an audience field, and I used choice with 3 options. So what's wrong with that? Obviously, a talk can cater to more than one audience. A talk cannot be a training or a keynote at the same time, but it can be interesting for beginners, advanced, and professional users at the same time. I don't know, for example, what's new in Plone 6? That is important. That's interesting for everyone, because nobody is a Plone 6 developer yet, unless you wrote Plone 6 or parts of it. So in this case, we're not using a choice field because that would be a single choice. This is a multiple choice field. So the data that is used is a set. Set is similar to a list or a tuple in Python, with a small difference that it's immutable. You can't, it's unordered and immutable. You can't add something. Actually, you can add something to a set. You can extend a set, but it's unordered, and it only has yeah, you can't have the same item twice in a set. So these are the main issues. It's basic Python. I'm not going to go into that. So what audience object, my talk dot audience will have is a set of strings, and 0, 1, 2, or 3 of these in this case. And it's not required, so you don't have to add an audience to that field. And so on, and so on, and so on. Here's text line. It's a simple text. Here's the email field. So you see all of these start with schema dot something. The schema dot something is imported here from Zope import schema. So Zope schema is what is used to construct these schemas. But not only, there are additional fields that are provided by different packages. For example, plone.schema has an email field. So what's different? The difference between the email field and the text field? If someone wants to answer that, just unmute yourself and try to guess and answer what's the difference between the two. I'm waiting for anyone to answer that, and while I'm doing waiting, I'm opening an IPA for my pleasure here. You can even answer in the chat. Maybe someone answered in the chat already. Oh, Sublime Text. Anyone? Did I mute? Okay. Question and answer is obviously asking too much. So the difference between text line and email is obviously validation. In a text line field, you can add any text that you want. In an email field, when you save, it yells at you loudly if you don't add an email. So it's missing the @ sign, and it has to be a domain at the end. You can't have spaces in between or weird characters and stuff like that. So that is that's an email field. Just an example, and there's many other fields. So this is my schema, and I modeled all the data that we need for a talk to be able to, what's the GitHub login for a username of that user, that the speaker, what's his image, so can upload an image, and so on, his biography and whatnot. And the instance itself, that's another interesting thing. It inherits from container, and that means a talk is actually like a folder. You can put stuff into a talk. It doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment, but imagine like after the conference, the speaker sends you a couple of pictures or slides or a video from that talk. And when you put that on the site, you can put it anywhere, you can link to it. You could, why not just put it into the talk? Because that's where it belongs. So it is by default, all content types should rather be a container than an item, which is not, you can't put anything into an item. It's a different class. And it doesn't add a lot of overhead. So it's not, oh God, I got lots of containers and my site's really slow because of that. That's not the case. So this is my talk. Am I missing something? This is the instance class. It's discussed there. So no, what do I need to do for this to make it work? Now, because I've written a lot of Python, I've saved these files, created all this stuff while things are happening behind me. And do I need to restart? Do I need to reload the page? Do I need to rerun Buildout? Or do I need to do something else, like reinstall the package? The right answer in this case is you have to reinstall the package and restart the site. We only change stuff in the backend, so we don't have to restart the Volto frontend actually. So I go to my terminal where I have my backend, and I just restart my instance. This is when Plone reads the Python files, or Python reads the Python files here that I created new. And so it reads this schema but it doesn't read the XML file that I added that tells you what the, well, it reads them, but it doesn't load them. So I need to, on top of that, I need to install PloneConf site anew. So I go to my site, hope it's yeah, my backend is running, so that should work. Go to the front page, go to the site setup thingy, go to add-ons, and here's a list of add-ons that are installed by, when I created the site, I auto installed a couple of things, including PloneConf site. You remember we clicked that button. PloneConf site had dependencies to be auto installed also. So this is why PloneConf site is installed. So there is no reload button here. So you actually need to uninstall, and then it's here under available, and install it again. That's annoying, and we'll learn how to fix that later. And you see, so that's where we were just a second ago, and this is what happened when I clicked that button. It loaded the types tool. It read all the information in the profile folder. It read the talk content type and indexes and yeah, stuff like that. So now, after I installed that package, my talk content type is now available. Let's create a talk. Here's my schema. Dexterity, oops, is way cool. Super exciting framework for content types. This is a talk, has a long description, maybe not that long. It has it's interesting for everyone, maybe not professionals because they know about that. The speaker is maybe David Glick. He's one of the main authors. His company, he works at Salesforce now, so he's not doing a lot of Plone at the moment. David at plone.org, I'd say. Whatever. Twitter name, oh God, sorry David for if I'm for doing that. It's a shout out. So I don't have a picture, and I don't have a biography for that, and I save, and I see nothing. Oh God, it's kind of an anticlimax. But the data is there, believe me. I haven't lost it. So when I click on edit, there it is. Everything's still there. Let's add a picture, just whatever, something. Here, David looks a little green around the edges. The data's there, and in classic Plone, you can actually, where's my classic Plone? Too many windows, hang on. This is my classic Plone. Poof. So in classic Plone, I also have this talk now in my folder. It shows up. Dexterity is way cool. And all the data actually shows up. In Volto, by default, it doesn't. You'll have to, the point is, this is not good anyway. So you'll have to create your own view. You're not this looks like a very technical listing of the data that you just entered. What you want instead is obviously a nice rendering with the image next to the name and stuff like that. So it's good that this is there for testing, but basically it is not what you want. So it's not that terrible that Volto is still missing that feature. So here's my content type. I added that. You see it's in the back end and in the front end. It's all there. Here's your form, and here is your view. So that's basically that's basically it. one tiny thing is annoying and missing, and that's probably even my fault. So when I click here, it doesn't show up. I said that before. The navigation can be configured to show which types to display, and new types are not added by default. At some point, I should change that. What's going on here? Where's talk? And why is there speaker? Let's do a hard reload. Maybe there's some more caching going on there than should be. Yay, caching, talk. Save, and voila. When I, again, navigation is cached. When I reload that, Dexterity is way cool, is showing up here, and you created a content type. You now should definitely do a commit and say, create first instance of talk content type, push that to your repository, do all that. I actually did all that. It is here. So there is a commit that has all these changes that I just made. And then, yeah, and then I'll move to the next chapter, I'd say. Are there any questions that I missed? Please, if you have questions, if there's something you don't understand, tell me. I'm gonna get into Sublime editors and setup. I'm a huge fan of IPAs, by the way. So, okay, let's just, I'd say let's move on. Okay, so you created your first content type. You controlled how your data is stored in Python in the database. You can create that through the web, but we did it the right way in Python. You can now safely create 500 content types, 500 talks for your conference. Hopefully we don't have that many for PloneConf. I think it's a manageable size number. And very important, stressing that again, it is absolutely fine to reuse this code from this chapter and all the next chapters in your project. This is when I started writing this training. This is one of the main reasons that I actually continued working on these on the training, because when I learned something new, I thought, oh, this is really important. Everybody should know that, and I wrote it down as a chapter, and I added code examples. And my day consists of me copying and pasting code from mastering Plone into my client projects. That's probably overstating that, but it is really, really important for my daily routine. Okay, after now, the next chapter, we just skim through that. We look at more fields. We'll see how we're disappointed with that, and we'll write a view for our content type. And obviously, we're going to write that view for a content type in Volto. But first, let's move that talk to its appropriate place. Because it's a bit annoying to be in here, let's just cut, go into schedule and paste. And so schedule has Dexterity II, so it's here. Excellent. So the next chapter is super important, and you will use that a lot, but not today, because it is a reference of all fields that are available in Plone, in Dexterity, and all their various ways of being used. A lot of them only apply to the backend, like if you change, you may have wondered about that in the talk. Here is a configuration to say the type of talk should use the radio field widget. In Volto, this has no effect whatsoever. in classic Plone, the default widget, so the input HTML thingy that is used for a choice field is a drop-down menu. But if you only have 3 options, a drop-down menu is stupid, I think. So you should instead use radio buttons. And to control that, you can use these directives here. They're all documented in the chapter we're looking at the moment. And but in Volto, this has no effect. There's only the drop-down menu. So there is, I'm not sure if they will implement a radio button thingy at some point. Let's see. Okay, there it is arranged in field sets. You can actually copy and paste this code and create a content type from that, load it into Plone, and you see all these fields. Let's pick one example. There's a float field for floats, like numbers with a comma. There is a relation list field where you can create multiple relations or create relations to multiple objects. There is a date field where you can add a date, not date time. There's also a date time field. There's also a time field. There is a lot of fields that you will probably never use, and there's a lot of fields that you will use. And the good thing is there's also screenshots of how they look like in classic Plone. They look like this because this is, for example, the field set for the choice fields, the various choice fields. This is actually a screenshot from exactly this code and how they look like. So you can go through and say, I have a classic Plone project. I want this kind of user interface. So I copy the code from list field with values from vocabulary, but not constrained to them, and so on. And on top of that, here are screenshots for the same fields, how they show up in Volto. So if you use a Volto scheme, you see the choice fields, they all look the same. So there's not a lot of difference between these. And so these are all the fields. And to make that even easier, the weird thing is that I did not put that here. There is collective example. No, how's it called? Example. It's example.content type, and it's in the collective. The collective is a GitHub repository for packages, add-ons for Plone that are created by the Plone community. So these are not part of the Plone core, but there's a lot of stuff here, including PloneConf site, Volto PloneConf, the JavaScript package you're working on, and yeah, whatever, a lot of add-ons. And one of these is example content type. There is a branch for Volto and for classic Plone. And if you install that, you get all of what you're seeing here for you to experiment with, including the data grid field, which is really, really cool thing, which actually doesn't exist in Volto yet. Here is a documentation of all the directives, how you change the default value of a field, how you ignore a field, say this shouldn't show, it should be in the schema, but it shouldn't show up, how you ignore it from the add form, but leave it in the edit form, how you calculate a default, for example. Don't set a default, but you calculate a default depending on the date, for example, and stuff like that. You will use that all the time when you develop content types, and so do I. So this is the major documentation for that. Next. Okay, this is when reference. Use that when you need it, and you definitely will need it. So you'll have to read that at some point. So now let's see if we can improve, or actually not improve, but start writing our talk view. So now we're not using component shadowing. Now we're extending Plone with new functionality, Volto with new functionality, because Volto, it knows that we have talks because the REST API gives it the information that there is a content type called talk and it has such and such data, but it has no idea how to display these. So it uses the default display. There's a very basic view that shows the title and the description. So we need to register or add a new view for talks. And you remember we went into Volto to find the news item view. We're going to use something very similar, use basically the same structure, site structure, the same file type, but we're not overwriting something from Volto, but we're creating it anew. And since it's not an override, let's go into VS Code because we are dealing with the front end now. Again, instead, so this is not customization, not an override of something that was customized here like this, these, for example, here's my news item view, summary view, default template, you remember these? We're not customizing things, we're adding something new. So, and everything you write in React is a component. So we're creating a new component and it's going to be the talk view. So create a new file, views/talk.jsx. So here is my component. Let's copy and paste this boilerplate. This does only registers, creates a talk view that returns a simple div with the talk view component. There's nothing else going on there, except that it's obviously a React thingy, and it's you're defining a constant, which is a different word for a variable, but you're not using var something equals anymore, but const and let, because this is ES6 modern JavaScript. We're not doing jQuery anymore. So this is the modern times. And now, so this file exists, but Volto wouldn't do anything about that. Similar to the Plone backend thingy, we have to register these types in Volto so that Volto knows that they actually exist. There are two things you need to do. One is that's just best practice. You don't have to do that, so you can. But this makes it easier to import your custom components from components, because this is just a pass through. You're importing that here and returning it here. So then you can import that from components, and if you reuse that, you don't have to go from import talk view from view components, views, talks, but you can just import talk view from components. So this is really simple. And then more importantly, you need to inject this information in the default Volto configuration. And so in JavaScript, there is a config JS JavaScript file that imports all the default settings. So this is the place where you extend the default settings. So you add your new import. So now you have a talk view. It's not used, it's just imported yet. And now you can reuse this talk view. Let's add that to views. So this is a pattern. Actually, never can remember how that pattern is called. The ... basically explodes default values. So const views is now a copy of default values. But if you add something to that after here, yeah, what did I do wrong? Default views. Hang on, it's complaining. Hang on. Default views. Is it already? No, it's not complaining. And now it works. Okay, I don't know. Something I did. So default views is now extended. It uses the value content type views, which is in default views, is again exploded. So there's the content type views are default views, content type views. So the value from that is that, and then we're adding a new one. So this is the way how you extend existing objects in JavaScript. and we're assigning the talk view to talk. So this is the registration, and this is basically all you have to do. I always have to look up this pattern. I'm not that fluent in JavaScript, so I'm doing a lot of copying and pasting here as well. Again, I changed a couple of files, so what do I have to do? I don't have to recompile my kernel. I have to restart Volto. Where is Volto? Is Volto actually running somewhere? Hello, Volto, where are you? This is my backend. This used to be my front end. Here's another front end. I obviously, interesting. It died because I made a typo probably. I haven't had that yet before, but somehow it died. Maybe I killed it manually, I can't remember. So React died. That's the first. So upon so if you're worried about that, the speed of the startup of Volto, don't worry, that's fine. It is if you deploy Volto, there is a Volto build, I think is the command, and it runs much faster because it doesn't do all that hot reload stuff. And the performance when deploying Volto for production is more than amazing. So don't worry about this. It's just a bit annoying if you do during development, you add a lot of new files all the times. Then you have time to eat a lot of cookies. All right, it is done. So where is my browser? Dexterity is way cool. And it's already there. So I reloaded my Dexterity is way cool thingy. And instead of the title and the description, which is the default view if no special view is registered, it says I'm the talk view component. And we've seen that, not in this editor, but in this editor, because we wrote that in talk.js. I'm the talk view component. So it doesn't do anything except for render this div. Okay, let's improve that somewhat because this is not making me happy at all so far. Okay, first reuse the default view component. So it's always same as Plone. Volto is filled with goodies that you can reuse to build your own stuff. I could just start writing the complete code for everything here. And in props, actually, Volto makes sure that props contains the object that I'm actually looking at, and I could use that. But it is a really good practice to reuse the stuff that is brought to me by Volto. So when I switch to that browser, okay, now we're getting somewhere. So this looks very much like the default view. So we're using that. So we're starting from that. We already have a title, we have a subline, and so on. Let's go on from here. Let's close this. Okay, next. We will add the content from the field details after the default view. Details, you remember, in Python, details is a rich text field. So in Plone backend, it uses the tiny MCE to where you can type HTML and save that. And the same is true for Volto. It doesn't use tiny MCE, but it uses a rich text editor, and the the final value data is again HTML. So the editors are different, but the data stays the same. So as I said, props. Oops, wrong editor. Props is the content object that we're looking at. So now we can use too many windows. We can use this content, this variable that we created. It's a constant content, that object to display something. So we could just add this here. There's a tiny cool feature here, dangerously set inner HTML. So we're getting HTML from content details data, because let's make it simpler. Let's start with something simpler because it's the first thing we're writing. Let's start with P content speaker. Save. So this will not do anything because it should create an error. Why don't I have an error? I don't know why I don't have the error. Because a React component needs to have one element. It needs one HTML element around it to be valid. And this pattern here is called a fragment, and it's a placeholder for basically an empty div or something like that. So you don't have to write a div around that. It's just something that you, hang on, what did I do wrong here? Oh, I forgot the return. Where did I move the no, it's here. Oh yeah, so there's a bracket, and then there is another bracket, and this is where it doesn't work because we're missing the, say, how's it called again? Sorry about that. The fragment. Let's add the fragment around that. So now I save, and now it works. I'm not sure about the, yeah, I'm totally certain that this is not right. So now I have it. So my component returns the following HTML that is constructed from that. It uses the default view and injects in that default view, it adds content speaker without a semicolon, hopefully. And when I go to my browser, I have it here, David Glick. It doesn't look perfect for whatever reason. Yeah, now it looks good. So this is just, it's not styled right, but the data is there. So what you see is content is actually the object, and it's the serialized data from the REST API that we're using. So very important part. How do you know what you have available there? You could just, I don't know, do a debug here in Python, in JavaScript, and debug that. React doesn't work that way. You use the power of the browser add-on called React Developer Toolbar. If you have that installed, you have a Components tab here. And the Components tab, so you know, although the inspector, you can say, okay, look at this. This is the paragraph. This is my div and stuff like that. And after that div is, I probably should have done that a bit differently, whatever, it doesn't matter. But in the Components tab of the React Developer Toolbar, I actually see the React components. And when I click, there's a different select thingy here. It's not that. This inspects the DOM, the HTML. This inspects the React state. So here I see my content type, and at some point is my talk view. So it's good. Probably here the whole thingy here is huge. So it's a good thing that you can search for talk view, for example. And if you click on talk view, you have the props, and in the props you have the content, and in the content, if you expand that, you have all the data that is available to you as a React developer to construct your template, your view from. So I used speaker, so it should probably be somewhere here under S, speaker, and it says David Glick. So here's all the data that the REST API handed over to Volto to be able to render that content type. You see the audience, there's actually an issue with the simple choice fields where you have strings only because the title is null instead of the same as the token. We'll work around that soon. Okay, with this information, we know that we have a lot of data. Let's now use a bit more complex data, the HTML content details. If you look at the inspector again, you have content details here. And when you click on, if you say render me content details, you're getting a JavaScript object, which is not what you want. You want some information that is in there, not the encoding, not the MIME type, but obviously the data, which is the raw HTML. That's why we're using content details data. You could just dump that here, but that is HTML. If you dump that, then it's escaped and stuff like that. And also dangerously set inner HTML. It's just something you have to remember that exists in React to render HTML that comes from whatever, some data source. So yeah, it's just something you use. You don't, you shouldn't think too much about that. Okay, so this is actually all explained here. So there's more. It looks terrible, so we need a new wrapper around the HTML. If I here, so still you see it looks terrible. So we wrap it in a container. A container, and wrong editor. A container is a Semantic UI component imported from Semantic UI React. And this makes sure that the rendering is nice. Well, if you use Bootstrap, yeah, that's a container. Div class container. Heard of that? Probably yes. So, okay. More and more. Let's add some data to the header. Now let's ignore that, but let's just take the whole thing. Let's no longer use the default view, but roll our own, because we want to change the header. And this, because we had, you see, we had the header and the description, but my designer gave me a design, not really, that was my idea, where the title is prefixed with the type of talk. So here I have a column, and here I have content type of talk title. And as I said before, content type of talk is an object itself. It has a token and a title. And when you use these very simple fields, the title is empty, but the token is full of data. So here is my talk actually. So this is a bit annoying, but if you use proper vocabularies, as you will later do in the training, this will be fixed, and also this will be fixed in the REST API at some point. I hope so. So this looks more like it slowly. Let's add a block with information about the speaker under this. So with title, description, details. So this talk is covering this and that, and we're talking about Dexterity and how to use Dexterity in Volto and stuff like that. But there's still no name and stuff like that. All that is still missing. So we use a, can we please not do that? I have to switch off this phone. So I use a segment in this case. It's again something from Semantic UI. I haven't shown that to you yet. I should have Semantic UI React. It's a website. I'm currently working on a Plone Classic project where we use Bootstrap a lot. So I'm on the Bootstrap website very often and look at various components and how what CSS, what classes they need to look like this or like that. The same you do the same with Semantic UI. You look at these things and see, I'm looking for something that is blockish. Segment looks like a good fit, or comment. Yeah, you know how it goes. So here's your component, and here is your code that you then can copy and paste and use in your own projects. Comment is probably not useful in Plone in this case. Oh, but here, table with the interesting firsty thingy here. That's fun. So you could use something like that. So this is Semantic UI. You just copy and paste the examples from here. I decided to use segment after the dangerously set data here in the container. And now I get a error message, hopefully. Yeah, so I get, it's not the first time I had an error message in Python. I think we didn't have a traceback yet, but the React error messages are actually not that bad. They are okay. You have just same as Python tracebacks, you have to get used to reading them. In this case, well, this is not useful at all, but you see in talk view at line 241, something is not working. So that's like first stop, line 241 doesn't exist in view, probably not the line, something else. So what happens is my editor should actually yell at me because segment is not defined yet. I wonder why it doesn't. It should. Maybe I have to reconfigure something, but segment is not imported. It's like in Python. It's like segment is not defined. Bam. Usually you get a better error message for some reason. I'm not getting that. So I import that again from Semantic UI React. Same as container. And I use icon for some reason. Oh, here, I use the mail icon. Excellent. And if you get an error message, you have to reload because the error message then it doesn't do any more hot reloading. Oh, yeah. Header is not defined. Okay, I forgot to import header, obviously. So where was header from again? Interesting. There's a real, where's header? Let's see if it's from Semantic UI. Oops. Oh, sometimes the intermediary steps are not fully tested, obviously. So you can go to the final iteration of the code, and you'll see that code definitely should work. So header is actually not used here at all. Someone made an error. I'll just remove the header thingy from here. Yeah, then that's just not use header dividing, but okay, header I think is from Semantic UI. So let's just add it here. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. You see it's reloading and it hopefully works. Yes. For some reason that I don't understand, the rendering on first when you first reload, it fills the whole screen. But when you use the site, click somewhere and go back, you see it right. So here's my segment. This is the header thingy. That's why you have the separator, and all the data from the schema is there. Let's jump over the next couple of steps and just import the final iteration of the talk. Let's hope that we don't have a, yeah, probably again, the header is missing. And the icon is there, but the header is missing. I know who that was. I'm not going to tell. So here we are. So this is how the view should look like. I'll explain a couple of items that are interesting here. Just checking if there are any questions so far. Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Armin, for these pointers. Okay. So what do we have? This is we already explained this. So this is a different field than this. Is not part of the title. This is fun. So we have these interesting color-coded things. We have the container. We have these links here. They seem to work fine, even the mail to link. And we have the image, and for some reason that image is round. So let's look at probably let's look at the docs. So you have this same. You can have exactly the same on your browser. Icon displays the icon. Okay, let's look at what should we look? Yeah, this is a bit irritating. So you'll have to basically learn that it's a syntax thing. So if you're writing a HTML component here, href, HTML tag, href, and you have curly brackets. So what would happen in curly brackets if you is that you use Python now, but you don't want to Python, JavaScript. Sorry, God, my brain. So this is not JavaScript, obviously. It's a string. So you have to escape the value with a backtick. And then inside that string here, so this whole thing is a string, you want to use JavaScript again. So what do you have to do? You have to escape that again. And you can do that via $ curly brackets. So you have it's like double escape escapades, basically. So this is a bit irritating. Other than that, this is very, it's an interesting mix of JavaScript and HTML, because you have, so the curly brackets start, then you have JavaScript, so content speaker biography. So this is the rich text field. It exists, so it evaluates as true. This exists, yes. So, and therefore, do the brackets are just because of the multiple lines here. Therefore, render the div HTML tag. This is still, you see, we have a normal bracket. We didn't close the curly brackets. So we're writing HTML in JavaScript. It's like brain exploding. This is why many people hate React, because you're writing HTML in JavaScript. In some cases, you're right, and it doesn't. It looks exactly the same if you write a Semantic UI component here. Actually, it is the div component. It's just like a div. So this is it. You just have to get used to that, and you configure that div. You're not. This is not a string. Well, it's an editor, so it's a string, but this is not the div HTML tag string thingy, but it's the React component div that is filled with dangerously set inner HTML, and you pass HTML. It's like instantiate dangerously set inner HTML. HTML equals that and that. If you're thinking Python, I think Python all the time, so this is the way I think about that. But since it's a tag-like thing, you have to close that. Don't forget that. So this is interesting. This is called a template literal. It's a good documentation. The best documentation about JavaScript, hands off, is Mozilla developer documentation, developer Mozilla.org for everything JavaScript related. Just this is not React. This is just just a JavaScript feature. Not everything is React. Okay, what else is interesting? The image component is used, and instead of passing content image, you can't know that automatically. You can't know all of that forever. So you have two ways of dealing with that. One is copy and paste from the training or other React or Volto documentation. There's really good documentation on that. Or inspect the data that you have, because you can't do any React development without the React developer toolbar. Inspect the component that you're looking that you're writing the talk view. Inspect the content, and in this case we're looking at the image. So we have an image field called image, and then check, what do you want? Do you want the download URL for that? Because that is then the full image in the full scale. Probably not. So what do I want? I want a different scale. I probably want, what do I want actually? I have no idea what I want. I want the preview scale. So let's check the preview scale. You can learn about the scales by just clicking here. So you see it's 400 pixels wide and high. So this makes sense for a preview thingy. Don't use tile, because your speaker is going to have a really tiny head. And the URL here is the download URL. So the interesting thing here is the URL that is returned by the REST API points to localhost 3000/API. What is going on here? So let's open this in the browser. So why does it say API? Remove everything, and what do you get? You've seen that before, haven't you? That is Plone, because React Volto has its own router inside, so it routes the classic Plone UI under API. That is super convenient for development, because you don't have to memorize a different URL or a different 8080 path, but you need API. The point is, if you need a Plone site for that to work. So you can't create a Plone site here, because it will be a ZOP site saying file not found, content not found. But once you have a Plone site, this is absolutely great to have that. So what's happening in here is, this is a link to API to /API, and you don't want to have that as a full link, like it looks src equals https : // but you want to flatten that to an app URL so it fits nicely inside your app. So when you inspect the image in the toolbar, your link is actually like this. You see that? Is that big enough? /schedule. So the HTML port API thing is gone, and it just looks it doesn't look like an external image, basically. So that is important. It's just something you use all the time and copy and paste and try to memorize. And at some point you will have memorized it. Other things are part of the image component configuration, because you can configure the size, how it's floating, what the alt title should be, and how it should be rendered. Okay, let's quickly look at that, because as I said, you will spend a lot of time here looking at these components and checking how they're configured and what you can do with them. So here is my image. There are states, you can hide them. You have variations, for example, bordered, these stupid border, or circular, or avatar, which is kind of similar to avatar, but it's bigger. It's smaller by default. And then you can define the size and say, okay, these are all the sizes. I picked whatever, medium or something. You can group them and so on and so on. So all the definition is here. And I just went, when I wrote this chapter, I went to Semantic UI.com and I picked what I thought would probably look good. I'm not a designer. I just pick and choose. So usually a designer would give me a theme or would give you a theme, and you would have to make that fit. This is not the job in this training. It's just something that kind of looks okay-ish. And again, speaker biography, you see the condition. If that exists, then render it. If it doesn't, just drop the whole thingy. What else? Oh, there's more. Okay, now it gets complicated. Content, audience, map items. So there's a lot of modern JavaScript in this very little snippet. This is an arrow function, and translated into Python, it would basically say, if content audience, if not content audience, then return whatever, don't do anything. For audience or for item in content audience, column, audience equals item title or item token. I'm trying to translate JavaScript to Python because I guess a lot of Python developers are here, and this is basically how I work. I try to translate it into something that my brain is able to understand, to compute. So here I assign the variable audience to either item title, but if item title doesn't exist, you remember the stupid issue with the simple vocabularies where the title is none or null. I think it's null. Where's my React component thingy? Oh, because yeah. Just to make that clear again, here's my talk view, here's my content, here's my audience. It's an object and it has a title, and that is null for a bug, basically, in the REST API. So I need to use the token if the title doesn't exist. Audience is title or token if the title doesn't exist. Then color is color mapping audience. So this is basically a dictionary in Python. Color mapping here. Color mapping, beginner green, advanced yellow, professional purple. So the variable color is assigned to the color that is in the color mapping and fits the audience. So this is the audience that I have in the Python schema. So here we have a weird mix between backend logic. In Dexterity, I decided I have these three options available. And in the front end, that doesn't know about these options yet because I didn't ask the backend about the options in this field. I just say, if you use this string, use this color, and so on and so on and so on. And a fallback green. So if audience doesn't, if whatever I added for audience, if I change my values in the backend, just use green if that happens. And then after this JavaScript snippet, return a label. Every if you iterate over items and you list them in React, they all need to have a key. It's kind of a unique identifier of the object in that you're iterating over. If you have a list of content in your folder and you're showing that in React, you need to assign a key to them. It's just something you have to do. And then label again is a semantic UI component, and you can assign, configure that with the color, and that's then this color. You see it's kind of obvious now, and the content is audience. And this is why it looks nicely like this. I'm not entirely unhappy with that. The rest is just more of the same, so we can skip that. Oh God, it is 7 o'clock almost. That was interesting. Actually, not that bad. Let me check something quickly. Because Katja and me wrote down how far we wanted to go during day 1 and what we're going to do on day 2. Yeah, this is actually absolutely perfect, because in our original plan, I can share that quickly with you. At the end of day 1, we actually finished with the default view for talk. And we just did that. I would not have expected that. It seems to be moving along at the expected speed. That never happened before, ever. So let's recapitulate a few core points. Number 1. Plone is loaded with features, and it is a great idea to reuse them instead of reinventing something new. We'll get to examples of that later. Content types are a great way to store structured data. If you have unstructured data, like the desktop publishing thing that I mentioned earlier, it's fine to just use a page and add block after block and add a new page. That's absolutely fine. But the data we're dealing with in a lot of projects is structured data. So like a talk or a speaker or stuff like that. What's also very important is in Plone 6, you have to deal with 2 different running processes, the Python process and the Volto process. And you will get used to that if you work with it for a while. But in the beginning, it is super complicated to figure out where to put what and why this weird folder structure is so complicated, and why there are so many files that I'm showing you. You don't have to know all of them. So it's a good idea to separate these 2. It's a good idea for beginners to change editors for the different purposes. I do that because I think these editors fit their use case best each. But PyCharm is an excellent editor. You can use it for both, definitely. But it's not an editor, it's an IDE. So that is fine with me, but it's a good idea to keep these things separated. You need to keep a lot of terminals open at the same time, and it's not always easy to figure out what is what. What's also important is that a couple of the features that you may be used to from Plone are not yet either don't have a user interface in Volto or are not implemented at all. Some, like content rules, for example, can be perfectly used because you don't need a JavaScript front end to send an email. But you need to know what works and what doesn't. So when you decide, if you start a new project and you have requirements, you need to look at Volto really hard if you can actually fulfill these requirements. For new projects, I recommend using Volto strongly, and asking in the community forums if you have this and that requirement, how would I approach doing that in Volto? And then someone may go ahead and say, hey, there's already an add-on that does that, or hey, I did this project, check this, and so on. But there are a couple of very advanced add-ons and features in the backend in Plone Classic that are not available in Volto yet. One example is faceted navigation. We're gonna look at that tomorrow quickly. There is work being done there, but it's not finished yet. So yeah, but Plone 6 is not out yet, so we'll still have a bit more time. So I'm available here for some Q&A for this first part of the training. Let me first, for those who have to drop out because they need to go for dinner or are desperate for something like that, fine, you can go, but everyone else can just switch on their microphones and ask questions. I can stay here for at least another 30 minutes if you have any questions. Excellent, Peter. Armin, what does your thingy say here? Cheers. You're muted. Armin, you're muted. I can't hear you. Everyone is muted.
Okay.
Cheers.
Philip, if you can read it, thank you very much for your great training.
Thank you.
And this is done with Python, okay? But it's difficult to see it on the camera, okay?
Yeah, the screen is I'm seeing lots of very small images.
Yes, of course. So I can make it much better and bigger. And
thanks a lot. Excellent.
okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, you can, while you're thinking about questions that you want to ask me, just a shout out to Katja, who sent me a message that she's still really ill, and I hope she gets well really soon, and that it's nothing serious. I'm actually waiting for the result of my corona test that I did yesterday, because at my kid's school there is a corona case, but it's my third test already, so I've been negative twice, and I really hope that this is the same is true this time. Same with the kids. Also, tomorrow we're gonna dive into even more of extending, not reinventing the wheel, but extending Plone in a smart way and making use of stuff that exists in Plone and making that show up nicely in Volto. So the next couple of chapters, after I think the third chapter, in the same chapter, we're actually changing code in the back end and in the front end. Up to now, we only changed in each chapter, we either changed something in the front end or in the back end. But since you have to understand that these are very tightly coupled and talking with each other, and to fulfill any requirement, you'll probably, in most or in many cases, you'll have to make changes on both ends. So let me stop sharing my screen. How do I do that? Nope. Yep, just stop.
Oh, you had a quite fast speed, but I think it was very interesting to follow that. And
yeah, I'd like to know if anyone actually tried to follow pasting code.
now it's what I listen.
You listen.
I was pasting. I got lost a bit in the middle, but I got caught up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an issues just to that makes it impossible to follow, but I get installed everything, and the preparation was quite good, and I just started too late. So, but with my background, yeah, with my background, I could follow everything. quite
Okay.
good. So,
Yeah, you realized that I skipped over a lot of parts. That'll get even worse tomorrow. I'll skip over really important pieces, and I really have to repeat that. You need, if you want to get the most out of that, you'll have to talk to your employer or to yourself if you're self-employed. I always have to talk to myself to give me vacation and send me to conferences, but I'm okay. I listen to my recommendations. But you should do that and get yourself 1 or 2 weeks to actually work through the training step by step, do all these exercises. You don't have to type everything. It's okay to copy and paste, but a couple of things, if you do these iterations, actually try to type them, because that makes it much, much easier for your brain to memorize what you're doing. The best thing you can do, or that could happen, is that you will have to work with Plone for the next couple of years. So you'll have to do that anyway, every day, all the time. Similar as me, because most of my work is doing Plone development. Sometimes I give trainings, yes, but most of that is real development. And then I have to type that stuff, and I copy and paste, and I change it. And mixing these techniques is a really good way to learn about everything that's going on there.
I want to add something to what Philip said, if it's okay. What I strongly suggest is to follow this advice to type yourself. It's if you ever did pair programming or coding katas, where somebody's typing and the others are giving suggestions, it's quite useful. But the visuomotoric, which is triggered if you type it yourself, it's much better. And even talk while typing. Talk to yourself. It looks stupid for others watching you, but if your brain is trained, and put some oranges there or fruits or some music without lyrics, and if you next time if you hear the music, you remember everything what Philip said, and or you smell an orange, you remember what Philip said. So I prepared this with some gin tonic this evening, so it's not an orange, but okay, it reduced my level to talk about that. And actually last year I spent a lot of time with improving my still very good skills to remember something with more profound coaching. And I suggest to invest in your training, not just to code Plone, but also remembering everything you got in a training, or you read code and so on. And then if you learn an API or something like that, I remember the talk by in 2012 in Munich. It was when the API for Plone was seriously improved. They were talking about how to make it much easier to remember all the API calls and everything. And if you invest time to easily remember everything Philip said today, you will really profit from that. And okay, this is my suggestion.
Let's hope it works.
Yes, of course, it works for me. So I'm old. So if you're young, you have all the opportunities.
It's an excellent suggestion to work through the training in a team. If you have experience, I hear that all the time. Experienced developers go through the mastering Plone training with a new employee. So you get a new coworker, and the experienced guys go through that, and you take turns programming and taking things. And it's also a excellent suggestion to talk and explain what you're doing, because it makes it the last thing that it does, which is it's very important, is it makes clear to you the things that you don't know. Because when you're doing something and you have no way to explain what you're doing and why it is working, then you obviously didn't understand that.
And
So
this is very
it's a
strong.
really good practice to do that. I tend to end up in parts of my own training that I wrote mostly, and I say, yeah, I just do that. I don't know, I really don't know how that works, but it works. That's fine. You can live with that, but it's very good to make it obvious to yourself which parts of what you're doing you actually don't really understand.
If you